Chapter 739. A few vague figures appeared in outer space. Each and every one of them had a terrifying aura. When their eyes opened and closed, they could reflect the falling of the sun and moon and the collapsing of the starry sky. They were gods, ancient existences that had to be worshipped on the altars of every race in the universe. They were the veteran heaven illuminators. The Sage Master was right. Those who left in defeat were unwilling and indignant. Facing a lost monster, they were actually beaten into a complete mess. Blood splashed across the starry sky, and they were thrown off their helmets and armor. They wanted to come back and take a look. These people were all top-notch experts. Some of them were antiques and living fossils who had lived for a long time. Naturally, they understood that Yao Yao's grandfather's condition wasn't right, and that there might be strong sequelae. Perhaps they could wait for an opportunity. The Sage Master sensed it, but he was fearless. At this point, Yao Yao's grandfather had come into being, and he had found a life-prolonging medicine for him. If he really hardened his heart, he could totally go all out and fight. Perhaps they still couldn't confront all their former enemies head-on, but no orthodoxy could stand it if they secretly went to their door one by one. The only pity was that Yao Yao's grandfather's mind wasn't clear. This was the biggest drawback. Will the deity race be squeezed out of the top 10? The Sage Master smiled. At this moment, he used his hand to push aside the magnetic mist around Mount Jijin and gazed at the outer realm. His relaxed attitude caused the expressions of some people in the outer realm to change again and again. Some were happy, while others grieved. They were worried that their race would be the next to suffer. After all, they had dealt a ruthless blow to the earth back then. Sage Master, you're so confident. Aren't you worried that I'll destroy your mother planet and all the living beings here? Said an old man. He was hiding in the primal chaos, but his eyes were terrifying like boiling magma. They were blazing and threatening as they shone upon the outer realm. They were boundlessly vast. This shocked everyone because those eyeballs could be compared to the earth. The Sage Master said calmly, "The purgatory is on this planet. Do you dare to destroy it? If you really have that kind of courage, then try." It's not like there weren't people who wanted to destroy the earth back then, but didn't they all escape in the end? Once these words were spoken, the outer realm was silent. The purgatory was on earth. If it were to be destroyed again, who knew what happened? There was a huge problem back then. There were heaven illuminators who almost fell because of it. However, back then, they had stopped in time and did not continue. The Sage Master opened his mouth again and said, "You dare to threaten me like this? In reality, you are reminding me that if you provoke us, we'll go to the star field where you're from and destroy your foundation. We'll blow up your mother planet. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant then." An old monster from the netherworld race, riding on a bone dragon, also arrived. After hearing these words, his body stiffened on the spot. Their race was the most worried. Back then, the netherworld race was one of the main forces. Now, if they were to be retaliated, they would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. As for the deity race, they had deep foundations and were known as the top 10 ultimate weapons in the universe. If they would really go all out, they would probably be extremely terrifying. The old monster from the netherworld race had a gloomy expression on his face as he said, "Yi-chun, if you act recklessly, I don't mind risking my life. Even if I have to suffer a backlash from the purgatory for destroying this planet, I don't care. We will visit those who dare to threaten this planet one by one. One day, we will collect all old debts," the Sage Master replied calmly. Such a simple conversation made the peak experts from outside this region shiver inwardly. The sacred expert was gently lecturing and threatening, but he was also negotiating, targeting everyone. All the powerhouses were fearful and actually somewhat worried. No one would have thought that the planet that had been destroyed in the ancient war would inexplicably become so powerful today. A monster had come into being, and the Sage Master had survived with great difficulty. Moreover, he was a heaven illuminator. This caused a haze to appear in the hearts of the people from the outer realms. Especially today's battle, it was destined to have far-reaching effects. It would rewrite the existing power structure. Everyone realized that the Sage Master's words just now had a deeper meaning. He wasn't saying it casually, nor was he threatening them casually. Even saying that the deity race would most likely fall out of the top 10 was a reminder to everyone. As a result, there might be a boundless rain of blood. That was because if someone from the top 10 were to fall, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying matter. Would some of the old orthodoxies and the top-ranked races dispatch troops at this critical moment and divide up the deity race? Without a doubt, the heavenly treasures and cultivation resources accumulated by the races that were once ranked in the top 10 were too abundant. Anyone would be envious. If some races suddenly declined overnight, their own strength would not be able to match the star system they ruled. Then, the divine medicines and supreme scriptures that they possessed would most likely not be able to be kept. They might be massacred by others and then taken away. Everyone, the storm is coming. Are you ready? The Sage Master played down this sentence once again. Previously, people might have been contemptuous and didn't care, but now they were cautious and thought of the seriousness of the problem. After today's battle, the situation of some races would change. For example, the spirit race. After the death of their old ancestor, would they still have a heaven illuminator? Another example was the deity race. After the death of the great deity, their race did indeed have an expert, but he had been blown up by the Sage Master in the battle a few months ago, and his realm had fallen. Had he already recovered? If this race didn't have an even more powerful old monster overseeing it, then this race might be targeted by a group of tigers. In reality, the universe could no longer be calm at this moment. Every great orthodoxy and a few large platforms were in heated discussion. They were discussing the rankings of the races in the universe. Today's battle was truly too unexpected. Many evolvers knew that the rankings of some powerful races were about to change. Will the Netherworld race still be ranked 11th? They'll definitely fall. Will they return this position to the descendants of those evolvers from ancient Earth? This was a hot topic, and countless people were debating it. Everyone, I think the deity race will be in the most difficult situation. They might be divided up by the Tao race, the origin demon race, and the demon race. If the quasi-immortal race and the Buddhist race also make a move, they'll definitely face a great calamity. It was impossible for such a topic to not cause a sensation. The spirit race must be dumbfounded. Who told them to be so ostentatious? In the end, the spirit ancestor was killed in both body and soul. Not to mention ranking in the top, they most likely won't be able to stand in the top 100. At this moment, countless people were convinced that even though the Earth was still recovering, it would ascend to the ranks of the strong after this battle. The Sage Master had confirmed that he could continue living, and Yao's grandfather had unexpectedly come into being. This was an unimaginably high-end combat power. Some people estimated that the Earth would return to the top 10 in the most conservative rankings. The reason for the deduction was that it was uncertain how long the Sage Master could extend his life. Also, Yao's grandfather was lost, and no one knew if he could wake up. Otherwise, the ranking would be even higher. As expected, it didn't take long before the Black Blood race, the Wormhole race, and the other oldest universal corporations repositioned the Earth, and its rating soared. Their preliminary judgment was that the Earth could be ranked in the top 50. Their considerations were more comprehensive. After all, the Earth had been severed from generation to generation and lacked intermediate evolvers. There were two ancient experts with unstable lives at the top of the pyramid, but below them, they lacked the backbone of many eras. This caused a huge sensation. The ancient Earth has recovered and will rise from the ashes. Their ranking has returned. This became the hottest topic. Even though they hadn't reached the 11th place, it was already commendable for them to appear on the rankings and return to their positions. What happened overnight, in particular, could be considered heaven-defying. People were also waiting to see whether the deity race, the netherworld race, and the spirit race would fall in the rankings. Some terrifying ancient hunters were quietly waiting for them to encounter danger. Roar! Suddenly, restlessness came from the depths of the Earth's core. The iron chains in that small world rang incessantly. Something was wrong with Yao Yao's grandfather, and he was about to break free. Even someone as powerful as the Sage Master's expression changed. He could no longer remain calm. Yao Yao was incomparably worried. She was afraid that something had happened to her grandfather. She couldn't accept it if something unexpected happened. It's fine. The old man is already heaven-defying. There won't be any danger, comforted Chu Feng softly. The Sage Master said, "We're not worried about the old man. His vital index is ridiculously powerful. I'm afraid he won't be able to control himself and affect the earth." Swoosh! The next moment, the Sage Master, Yao Yao, and Chu Feng charged into the depths of the earth's core together. In front of Mount Jijin, a group of great demons climbed up. Even though they were grimacing in pain, their expressions were grave. They were afraid that something would happen to Yao Yao's grandfather. Nothing must happen to this old man at this stage. Otherwise, there was a group of vicious tigers in the outer realms waiting to divide their food. Crack! Underground, that ancient coffin exploded. Yao Yao's grandfather rushed out with scarlet eyes. At the same time, he knocked over the bronze coffin the Sage Master had left here. Just like that, he let out a low roar and charged out of this small world. The Sage Master's head hurt. Even his face was pale, because once Yao Yao's grandfather rushed to the surface and went berserk on this planet, there probably wouldn't be many people left. He was considering whether or not he should use his domain methods to send Yao Yao's grandfather out of the earth. But if he did that, he might be attacked by the Outer Realms experts, and a life-and-death battle would be unavoidable. He felt that the old man's condition wasn't very good and that he might be in danger. "Grandpa, wake up!" Yao Yao called out, full of emotion, over and over again. In the end, her grandfather stopped, and the bloody light in his eyes receded quite a bit. Rays of light appeared in the depths of his eyes and flickered alternately with a scarlet, ominous glint. "My granddaughter, Yao Yao." He let out a low roar. But in the end, he suddenly rushed out of the small world and charged out just like that. The Sage Master was overwhelmed with shock because he really couldn't block it this time. The domain lost its effect, and Yao Yao's grandfather charged through just like that. The Sage Master was worried that there would be a great calamity outside and chased after him. Yao Yao and Chu Feng naturally followed him to the surface quickly. Where is he? Kunlun. Charge in the direction of Kunlun. The big black yak, Ouyang Feng, and the others were frightened out of their wits. It was too terrifying just now. That kind of aura made them tremble, and they felt like they were about to explode. Chu Feng let out a long breath. Yao Yao's grandfather hadn't completely lost himself and knew how to control his own energy fluctuations. Otherwise, countless people would die if he really did let go. Why is he going to Kunlun? Ouyang Feng murmured. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yao Yao and Chu Feng charged toward Kunlun. At the same time, a group of great demons also charged over. In the outer realms, some people laughed and revealed expressions of anticipation. As powerful as they were, they could naturally see the situation on the surface. They heard Yao Yao's grandfather's roar and knew that his body was in a terrible state. Let it go crazy. I hope we have the opportunity to kill him, someone said. At this moment, the number of the top experts in the outer realms increased. They had a premonition that a rare opportunity might have arrived. The scarlet killing sword flickered. Even the Sky Piercer's old ancestor, who was on the verge of death and only had a head left, had come again. He was reborn from a drop of blood, and his body had recovered. However, his vitality had long since been greatly injured. He carried his killing Dao treasure and hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. There was no need to talk about the top experts of the other races. In Kunlun, Yao Yao's grandfather charged straight toward the gates of hell, which was the extremely strange place that frequently erupted with lightning strikes. Back then, when Chu Feng first came to Mount Kunlun, he was once tricked into the gates of hell by the purple-gold woodpecker king and suffered a lightning attack. Later on, when Chu Feng escaped from a spatial crack in the purgatory, he discovered that the exit was connected to the gates of hell. Now, Yao Yao's grandfather charged into the gates of hell and charged underground. This made the Sage Master frown. He knew what this place was and followed inside. After Yao Yao and Chu Feng arrived, they followed that kind of aura in the end. As expected, Chu Feng's guess was right. Yao Yao's grandfather actually followed that path and charged into an ancient mine. It was connected to the purgatory. Chu Feng's expression changed because the ancient mine was too terrifying. Back then, he was tormented quite a bit during the process of walking through it. However, he felt that Yao Yao's grandfather definitely wasn't afraid of those ghosts. He wasn't afraid of the strange and inauspicious things, but if the old man charged in like this, he would directly enter the purgatory. Who knew what would happen then? Up until now, Chu Feng still didn't understand the purgatory secret. There were certainly many terrifying places that he didn't understand. Chirp, 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 ghost sounds rang out. Following that, the sounds of footsteps and weeping could be heard in the ancient mine. Yes, it's not simple. There's definitely something unimaginable hidden in this terrain. The Sage Master discovered a big problem. Roar! Yao Yao's grandfather went in and charged into the ancient cave. He let out a loud roar and shook the ancient and strange ancient mine. The ghost sounds all disappeared. Give me the immortal medicine. I want to save Yao Yao. The old man was roaring in a low voice. His voice was unclear, but what he meant was that he had run here to ask for the immortal medicine. Chu Feng was startled. He thought of Yao Yao's grandfather's origin. He came from a Yang realm and didn't belong to this universe. Perhaps he knew the purgatory's ultimate secret. So much so that Chu Feng had always suspected that if he wanted to enter the Yang realm, he might have to walk the path of reincarnation in the purgatory. No matter if he was reincarnated or if he could find another way, it was most likely related to the end of the path of reincarnation. Chapter 740. At this moment, Chu Feng really thought of many things. This place was too special. When he passed through it, he personally felt a demonic aura soaring into the sky. It was strange and terrifying. Now that Yao Yao's grandfather had come and was roaring here, could it be that this place was connected to the Yang realm? Was there someone in charge of guarding this place? Chu Feng suspected this. If this was true, it would truly shock the world. What was the so-called Yang realm like? Could he go there one day to investigate it? However, Chu Feng thought of another problem. The young lady from the Yang realm, she had an astonishing background. Her clan had peerless experts overseeing it, but she could only study the Yang realm and couldn't find her way there. So much so that many powerhouses in the Yang realm doubted whether the Yang realm truly existed. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely terrifying if someone from the Yang realm was in charge of guarding this place. The waters here were too deep. However, Chu Feng also felt that he might be thinking too much. This place couldn't be managed by 1 or 2 generations, nor was it a place that 1 or 2 peerless experts could guard. He shuddered at the thought of the radiant city of death and the millstone that could even crush a saint into a bloody pulp. Even the corpses of the Phoenix race, the Dragon race, and other heaven illuminators were crushed into a bloody pulp. At the end of the reincarnation road, there was a black abyss and an ancient cave on the other side. Additionally, there was a clay idol. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was terrifying. Roar! Yao Yao's grandfather roared. After rushing in, Chu Feng quickly told the Sage Master and Yao Yao what had happened last time. Then, the Sage Master's expression changed, and he immediately followed. Chu Feng took out the stone box. There was still some reincarnation fire inside. He had intentionally left it behind in hopes that he would return to the radiant city of death to take a look one day. He and Yao Yao entered the cave too. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out as if millions of little ghosts were whispering. Even with the Sage Master beside him, Chu Feng felt a chill penetrating his bones. It was the same as the first time he came here. Then he opened his fiery eyes, but it was the same as last time. This place was too strange. Even the strongest eye technique was useless, as he couldn't see through it. However, he could truly feel that something had appeared in this place and was blowing cold air at his neck. Moreover, at this moment, the Sage Master let out a cold snort and suddenly brandished the star-studded whip in his hand. With a bang, The void exploded and a strange scream rang out. Even so, Chu Feng did not see what it was. Then, he felt a wave of speechlessness. His body was pitch black, covered in many small handprints, unknown what it was that left behind. Under a sacred expert's eyes, these things dared to mess around. Chu Feng felt his scalp tingle. He looked at the reincarnation fire in his hand. It was really like a bean. The flame was too small and might not be able to suppress the evil spirits in this place. At this moment, the Sage Master stopped, and so did Chu Feng and Yao Yao. Yao Yao's grandfather stopped in front of them. A short distance away, they would enter a crack in the void, which was the secret room Chu Feng had seen before. In there, some experts from tens of thousands of years ago were scared to death. However, Yao Yao's grandfather didn't go in. He didn't want to enter purgatory, but rather, he was at the fork in the mine. He was shouting and roaring at the depths of the mine. Chu Feng was shocked because he saw Yao Yao's grandfather's body flourish with light when he suddenly roared. His whole person was as resplendent as the sun. At this moment, the Sage Master hurriedly released a protective divine light to protect Chu Feng and Yao Yao, blocking the front. The old man seemed to have gone mad. Then, Chu Feng saw something indescribable for the first time. A layer of dazzling protective yang qi shone on Yao Yao's grandfather's body, illuminating some things. There's a little girl running, and there was also a huge monster letting out a long howl. Originally, even the fiery eyes couldn't see them, but now they were visible under the blazing yang qi. These things were actually extremely daring. They surrounded Yao Yao's grandfather, pressing and slapping him. Chu Feng immediately knew where the little handprints on his body came from. Roar. Following Yao Yao's grandfather's roar, those things, those strange shadows, all exploded. However, this seemed to be a special kind of energy. After they exploded, they rapidly reassembled and turned into little girls, beautiful women, and various monsters. They pounced forward once again. Bang! Yao Yao's grandfather didn't care about these things anymore. He charged into the depths of the abyss like mine and roared again, "Give me immortal medicine!" Finally, even the Sage Master felt cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Chu Feng was convinced that Yao Yao's grandfather wasn't rushing toward purgatory. He was only targeting something in the depths of the mine. At this moment, even the Sage Master was shocked. Back then, he was born on ancient Earth and had lived in Kunlun for a long time. He didn't know there was an ineffable existence here. All he knew was that this path was very dangerous. Let's go and take a look. The Sage Master naturally didn't feel at ease letting Yao Yao's grandfather go in alone. He was afraid that an accident would happen to him. This pit was very deep. To be exact, it could be considered an abyss. As they walked in, the sinister and chilly aura practically froze one's soul. Chu Feng trembled. Back then, he didn't dare to investigate and didn't look much when he passed by. Now, he was convinced that it was a wise choice. This abyss was several kilometers deep. As they advanced, it was boundlessly dusky. One couldn't even see one's fingers if one stretched out one's hand. There were no longer the chirping of ghosts along the way. It was completely silent. But this was even more terrifying. On the way, they saw a layer of dried bones on the ground. After they stepped on it, it made a crisp sound as it fell apart and shattered. After that, Chu Feng simply didn't dare to believe his eyes. He saw half a dragon's head here. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying the most sacred radiance. Even though it was covered by a thick layer of dust, it still emitted a brilliant luster. Chu Feng had a feeling that this could possibly be a true dragon. A terrifying existence had been killed here, leaving behind half a skull. The Sage Master trembled and said, "This is a Heaven Illuminator expert who died here." Chu Feng and Yao Yao were shaken when they heard this. What kind of place was inside this deep pit? The Sage Master said again, "These deceased remains are at least 5 million years old. They were considered experts at that time, or even older. It's possible that they're more than 10 million years old." An indescribable war had taken place on the mother planet hundreds of millions of years ago. This was far before the ancient times. At that time, the evolvers on this planet had yet to rise, yet such a major event had already taken place? But no one in the universe knew about it. There were no records at all, and the outside world didn't know about the terrifying war here. Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he had picked up the stone box and the 3 seeds from Mount Kunlun. Could it be related to the war in ancient times? Looking at this half a dragon's head, he recalled that the number 1 expert of the dragon race from hundreds of millions of years ago, who was also the strongest expert in the universe at that time. Before his death, he had deduced the topography of Kunlun and suspected that he had found what he was looking for. But at that time, the universe's number 1 expert was in the process of passing away and couldn't find the Earth's exact coordinates. The battle here was caused by the experts of later generations following the dragon race's number 1 expert's engravings before his death. Or could it be that it had already taken place before the dragon race's number 1 expert had deduced it? For a moment, a myriad of thoughts ran through Chu Feng's mind. Don't touch the bones here. They're highly toxic. The Sage Master warned Chu Feng not to touch them carelessly. Chu Feng was embarrassed and immediately stopped in his tracks. Originally, he was going to wipe the dust off the half a true dragon's head and put it away. This thing was definitely a precious material for refining weapons. The dark abyss was originally pitch black, and ordinary energy couldn't release splendor here. But with the Sage Master here, everything wasn't a problem. The universe's number 1 poisonous insect. At this moment, the Sage Master sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the remains on the ground. It was 300 meters long and couldn't be considered particularly large, but it was rather sinister. It had the head of a snake, the body of a spider, the 100 legs of a centipede, the tail of a scorpion, and the lumpy old skin of a toad. Its entire body was golden and extremely glaring. So many years had passed, yet it was still vivid and lifelike. There's actually such a thing. The Sage Master's expression was solemn. According to the Sage Master's explanation, this was the product of a poisonous insect's evolution to the highest level. It was known as the universe's number 1 poisonous insect. When it was weak, it could be a poisonous snake, a scorpion, or a centipede. It evolved from an ordinary poisonous insect until it matured to its ultimate state and transformed into this appearance. This was the ultimate form of a poisonous insect. Its poison was specialized in corroding souls and could poison heaven illuminators to death. It was a truly incomparably terrifying creature. Generally speaking, it was hard to find one even in tens of millions of years. Its corporeal body can resist the attack of a heaven illuminator powerhouse. As for its soul poison, there's simply no cure for it. The Sage Master's expression was solemn as he felt more and more how terrifying this place was. It was actually on Earth, and they didn't know it back then. There was a fatal wound on the head of the ultimate poisonous insect. It was a sword mark that pierced through its skull and crushed its spirit. It left it with an empty shell and died here. The evolver who can kill it with one sword is very terrifying. It's extraordinary. The Sage Master was incomparably solemn. The number 1 poisonous insect was considered a taboo existence in the universe. Even the old ancestors of various sects didn't dare to provoke it unless they took out the top 10 sect-guarding weapons to kill it. Chu Feng was a little numb. He had seen half a true dragon skull and the ultimate poisonous insect. This place gave him too many surprises. As they advanced, there were more and more bones in the abyss. Not only were they everywhere, but there were also some indescribable corpses hanging on the stone walls. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had happened here back then and how many people had died. People from a Yang realm. Yao Yao spoke as she stared ahead. There was a spacious area in the abyss that looked like a battlefield. Yang Qi surged and dispersed the sinister atmosphere from before. There were many glowing corpses here. Even though they were dead, they were still emitting Yang Qi like active volcanoes. Their blood Qi surged like smoke signals and rushed straight up. Chu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Are these also people who died here millions and millions of years ago?" "Yes." The Sage Master nodded. His body shone and protected Chu Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear it. They had been dead for so long, Yet their blood chi was still erupting like active volcanoes, and their yang chi was so dense that it was boiling. This was simply unimaginable. These are powerhouses from the Yang realm who died here in battle, said Yao Yao. Needless to say, these were existences at the Heaven Illuminator realm at the very least. There were 12 corpses lying on the ground. Some had their skulls ripped open. Some had terrifying bloody holes between their brows, and some had been cleaved in half. Suddenly, the Sage Master stopped. Chu Feng and Yao Yao also stopped. That was because the old man in front of them was standing there motionless. At this moment, they had already reached the end of the abyss, and there was no way out. A pair of huge silver doors blocked their way. They were thousands of meters tall and sturdy. Even though millions of years had passed, they still had an ice-cold luster as they blocked the path ahead. Near the silver doors, half of a dragon's bone had been clipped off. When they closed the doors back then, a terrifying expert from the dragon race had been twisted in half. Chu Feng was terrified. He thought of the half-dragon skull he had seen earlier. It matched the ones here. What was this place? He was shaken. He had followed Yao Yao's grandfather ineffably to the bottom of the abyss and actually saw such a terrifying truth. Don't tell me the Yang realm is really connected to the back of this silver door, said Yao Yao. Chapter 741. The huge silver door, the remains of the true dragon's corpse, as well as the Yang realm's corpses that were erupting with Yang energy, like a volcano, made the bottom of the abyss astonishing. Roar! Yao Yao's grandfather also seemed to be hesitating, but in the end he still let out a loud roar and resolutely attacked. He lifted the large cauldron in his hand and smashed it toward the silver door. Chu Feng's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. This was because he had overlooked something. Did Yao Yao's grandfather absorb the demon ancestor's cauldron into his body after the great battle in the outer realms? He didn't return it. He could take it back and forth freely. Boom! This large cauldron was used by Yao Yao's grandfather as a brick. He directly smashed it onto the 1,000 feet tall silver door. The movement was too great, and the sound was shocking. Not good. The Sage Master immediately brandished the star-studded whip. At the same time, divine magnet stones and other things fell down with a pitter-patter blocking in front of them. They formed a large-scale domain and isolated the front. Despite this being the case, this underground abyss still surged with energy like a tsunami, great waves overflowing into the heavens. At the same time, all types of striped patterns and spiderweb-like traces interweaved on the abyss's stone walls and flourished. There was also a large-scale and terrifying domain that suppressed this place to protect it from damage. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the bloody battle of the powerhouses back then? Dong, dong, dong. An earth-shaking sound rang out. Yao Yao's grandfather lifted one of the cauldron's legs and swung it like a sledgehammer. In one breath, he smashed it over 100 times. In the end, the demon forefather cauldron could not take it anymore. It felt like it was being trampled upon and emitted a mechanical voice. Powerful spellcaster, you could be a bit more artistic. After you fuse with me, you can strengthen your sword wheel. It gave a suggestion, feeling that this was too rough. However, Yao Yao's grandfather didn't have much of a reaction. His brain wasn't bright right now. He lifted a cauldron leg and smashed it over 100 times. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flew in all directions, heaven-shaking noises sounding. One could see dazzling symbols blossoming there. If it was in outer space, all types of stars would have been blasted apart. This was the energy symbol of a supreme expert. Coupled with the support of the ancestral demon cauldron, it was peerlessly terrifying. Fortunately, this abyss was special. It was supported by a mysterious domain and revived. It was as if it had a life of its own as it frantically devoured all types of energy to prevent this place from being destroyed. At the same time, that silver gate deformed, caved in, full of bumps and hollows, beaten to the point where it was about to break down. Clang! In the end, the silver gate opened wide, releasing a tremendous sound. Endless primal chaos rushed out, In addition, there was also a large amount of yang energy mixed within, surging and surging. Are we really in the world of the living? Chu Feng was alarmed. He felt an unusual aura. The sage master shook his head. He couldn't make a judgment yet. With a whoosh, Yao Yao's grandfather disappeared in a flash and entered the silver door. Chu Feng could only sigh. This old man was too valiant. He used a brick to smash open the door. There was no one else who could be so ferocious. Uncle Sage Master, let's go in quickly. Yao Yao was worried. She urged the Sage Master to withdraw his domain and followed behind the huge silver door. They also barged in. The yang energy here was extremely dense and terrifying. Ordinary evolvers would definitely not be able to withstand it and would melt here. Chu Feng was greatly shaken because he felt that the yang energy here was even more pure and dense than what was emitted from Lady Shi's body. This was simply like the land of the yang realm. If he didn't have the Sage Master's protection, it would be extremely unbearable for him to stay here. The yang energy was tyrannical and surging like a tide. It was scorching like divine flames. The Sage Master stopped in his tracks. He was cautious and vigilant as he stared ahead. There were corpses all over the ground, such as the broken bodies of dragons and the corpses of yang realm beings. Their blood energy hadn't dried up and was still spewing out yang energy. It's not the world of the living, Yao Yao said with certainty. They moved forward once again and stopped not long after. They had reached their final destination. The old man stood there with the big cauldron in his hand. He growled, "Give me immortal medicine." The primal chaos ahead was dense, and the yang energy was so dense that it was about to transform into heavenly fire. It was also like a huge volcano erupting, blazing, and shocking the world. Graveyard burial ground. Yao Yao spoke. Her hair was sparkling, and her figure was graceful. She stood in the air and stared ahead. They hadn't reached the end of the abyss, but the front was already blocked. A vermilion coffin lay in disarray, emitting an astonishing aura. Yao Yao's grandfather arrived in front and was staring there. "There's someone." Chu Feng's pupils constricted. There was a figure hanging down from above the vermilion coffin. Both of its feet were in the coffin, and part of its body was wandering in midair. It was strange and terrifying. The primal chaos and yang energy drowned this place. The golden light in Chu Feng's eyes flourished. He was using the fiery eyes, but it was ineffective. There was an indescribable aura here, and the power of order was suppressing everything. Only when Yao Yao's grandfather's entire body flourished with light like a sun burning and illuminating everything did this place gradually become clear. At this moment, even the Sage Master drew in a breath of cold air and felt apprehensive. There was a woman hanging above the vermilion coffin. A white silk was nailed to the stone wall above, strangling her and suspending her there as she wandered about. This was somewhat astonishing. She looked like a hanged ghost. But upon closer inspection, this wasn't the case. Something strange was happening there. The so-called white silk was her shiny silver hair. She was nailed to the stone wall by herself and hung her body. Her back was facing them, and she was shedding her skin. That's right, the upper half of her body was hollow and lacked luster. It was even cracked because it was just a piece of human skin with indescribable order patterns. Below it was a pair of fair, exquisite, sparkling, and lustrous legs with exuberant vitality. Half of them had fallen out of that human-shaped skin. Moreover, all the yang energy was emitted from that pair of snow-white long legs. What kind of situation was this? Chu Feng was a bit stupefied. This so-called secret land of the yang realm and surging yang energy were all caused by this woman who was halfway out of her withered skin? Corpse transformation, shedding skin, and ascending to immortality? The Sage Master's expression was grave. His words carried suspicion, and he was on guard, as if he was facing a great enemy. This should be a corpse left behind from millions of years ago. In the end, she had struggled out of the vermilion coffin and shed her skin here. Was she going to be reborn? This was definitely a strange and terrifying matter. There were similar legends in this universe, but who had seen it before? Some heaven illuminators would try their best to be reborn before they passed away. But who could succeed? They would all die in the end. However, there was a living example here today. This mysterious woman was about to succeed. She's from the Yang realm, Yao Yao said. She was like this even after death and had such dense Yang energy when shedding her skin. She definitely wasn't a creature of this universe. Give it to me. Yao Yao's grandfather was extremely valiant. He didn't care if she was an undead immortal or an unrivaled existence from millions of years ago. He carried the large cauldron forward and was about to smash it down. Chu Feng was moved and astonished at the same time. He felt that Yao Yao's grandfather knew a lot of things. If he hadn't come here in the past, then he must have seen some ancient records and so on. At this moment, even Yao Yao was speechless and revealed a shocked expression. Her grandfather was too powerful and tyrannical. He was threatening this incomparably mysterious woman who was in the midst of transformation. Without a doubt, this transformation had been going on for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The so-called strangeness in the Abyss mine could all be related to her. I don't know which era this mine was excavated by humans. It should be a mother gold mine. The Sage Master was the most sensitive to topography and made a judgment here. Then he raised his hand and pointed the star-studded whip in front of him. He was ready to make a move at the crucial moment and stood together with Yao Yao's grandfather. Clearly, the shedding female corpse had consciousness and senses. She had long since sensed everything and was extremely furious with a stifled air. She really wanted to flare up. Even in her current situation, she still found it a little hard to bear. What kind of identity did she have? She was actually being threatened. Bang! Yao Yao's grandfather was too valiant. He lifted the brick and smashed it over directly. However, he didn't smash the female corpse's body, but rather the vermilion coffin. Boom! The sound was loud like the explosion of immortal thunder from the 33 heavens. It shook the abyss until it shone and patterns interweaved. Even with the protection of the domain, it almost caused the ground to explode. Be gentler. The demon ancestral cauldron emitted a mechanical voice and reminded the old man. It had to be said that the vermilion coffin was very sturdy. It actually didn't collapse. Regardless of whether it was Chu Feng, Yao Yao, or the Sage Master, they all felt two terrifying gazes burning the world as if they could incinerate everything. For a split second, the woman seemed to have turned her head and swept a glance at them. However, Chu Feng didn't see it clearly because the skin was shriveled and her real body was still inside the old skin. Take it. In the end, this woman endured and didn't flare up. She didn't land on the ground and fight with her life on the line because she was at the crucial moment of her transformation and couldn't make a move. She sensed that Yao Yao's grandfather wasn't easy to deal with and that the cauldron he was carrying was also very dangerous. Otherwise, she absolutely wouldn't have allowed anyone to set foot here. The vermilion coffin made a cracking sound, and the coffin lid slid to one side. A dried-up rotten tree root flew out. It was unremarkable and even looked a little moldy. It floated up just like that and landed in Yao Yao's grandfather's hand. Chu Feng's eyes stared straight. Was this the so-called immortal medicine? In reality, Yao Yao's grandfather used his actions to prove that this should be it because he turned around and left immediately after getting it. The woman who was hanging saw the mother gold chains on his body and once again revealed a piercing gaze that could burn the void. She said, "What a pitiful person. Forget it." She actually made such an evaluation and then withdrew her gaze. It seemed like she wouldn't leave the matter at that in the future, even if she gave away the great medicine. However, after seeing that Yao Yao's grandfather had the mother gold in his body, she seemed to have understood many things and shook her head. "Let's go," the Sage Master whispered. They couldn't stay in this place for long because it was too mysterious. There was actually such a mother gold mine on Earth. Moreover, this woman was hiding inside and blocking the way. They hadn't even reached the end of the mine yet. They rushed all the way out, and Yao Yao's grandfather directly handed the rotten tree root to Yao Yao with a gentle expression in his eyes. But very soon he lost control again. When they were about to reach the surface, he couldn't help but roar at the sky. His roar shook the outer realms. Outside of Earth, the number of heaven illuminators had increased, and they were paying close attention to the stars below. Someone heard this kind of roar and immediately revealed a faint smile. He said, "As expected, there's a big problem with this monster. Say, if we attack Kunlun, will it cause the purgatory to open and cause the monster there to perish? Don't act recklessly. What kind of place is the purgatory? Be careful of setting yourself on fire." An old monster warned. "Don't worry, the deity race is anxious. 2 big shots died in today's battle, especially the great deity. Their entire race is in mourning, shocked, and furious. They brought their race's sect-guarding weapon over. Perhaps it can block the purgatory's backlash. Oh, interesting. Perhaps we could try and see if we can get rid of that monster. He's in Kunlun, so it's indeed a good opportunity." Someone echoed. On Earth, over at Kunlun, the Sage Master revealed an odd expression and said, "We'll go underground and return to Mount Jijin. Uncle, before we go, roar a few more times to attract people's attention." He understood those people from the outer realms. Not a single one of them was a good person, especially the surveillance domain he had set up on the moon. It truly and secretly captured those people's movements. He immediately understood what they wanted to do. The Sage Master revealed a meaningful expression. He glanced at the abyss of the Mother Gold Mine, and then raised his head to look at the sky outside. The next moment, he used his domain technique and enveloped them in runes. In a split second, they disappeared from this place and returned directly to the underground of Mount Jijin. Boom! Someone from the outer realms attacked. Loud laughter came through and said, "Monster, enjoy slowly." That voice was filled with bone-piercing, killing intent. At Kunlun, that ancient abyss shook violently. That female corpse, who was shedding her skin and undergoing metamorphosis for a long time, was immediately furious. She was once again alarmed and disturbed by external forces. Chapter 742. The glaring white radiance rushed into outer space. The snow-white hair pierced through the sky, and nothing could stop it. The person who attacked just now had a gentle smile on his face, but in the next moment, his huge body suddenly shook and dodged to the side. Although his body was huge, his movements were vigorous and agile. He dodged with extreme speed and tore through space. The energy he erupted with was too vast. An evolver at this level could shatter the nearby planets and grind them into dust just by spitting out a mouthful of essence chi, let alone their true bodies. But now, something unexpected had happened. Even if he moved quickly and had dense energy to protect himself, the white light that spanned hundreds of millions of meters still pierced through his palm. It was dripping with blood, and bones could be seen. Ah! He let out a low roar and suddenly swung his arm. Then his figure explosively retreated once more. However, the woman in the abyss of Kunlun was clearly infuriated and didn't stop. She had been disturbed again and wasn't going to let it go so easily. Puffed. The silver light curled up like a galaxy winding around that person's arm. Under his astonished gaze, he struggled with all his might in an attempt to break free. With a ripping sound, half of his arm was twisted off and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Then, the silver hair retreated and the area regained its tranquility. There were many heaven illuminators outside of Earth, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Only a few of them were no more than 9 meters tall and looked like ordinary people, but the rest were terrifying. The smallest was hundreds of thousands of kilometers tall, and some terrifying giant beasts' eyes were bigger than planets and more resplendent than the sun. Such a group of terrifying experts was now extremely shocked and had strange expressions on their faces. This was just a face-to-face encounter, yet an expert had lost half his arm? It was too fierce. "Ichun, you're quite something. You actually sneak attacked me. Come out and fight if you have enough courage. We'll fight face-to-face." After a short silence, the injured expert spoke. His eyes were sinister, and his large pupils shot out black light, like 2 black suns hanging in the firmament. "Earth under Mount Jijin. Chu Feng was stunned. The group of Kunlun great demons that had retreated once again also had strange expressions on their faces. Yao Yao wore a smile. And as for the Sage Master, he brought Yao Yao's grandfather into the depths of the Earth's core. Today, there's going to be a surprise. The Manchurian tiger almost shouted in excitement, but he didn't dare to do so. He only communicated with his divine sense. No matter, the Sage Master has set up a domain here. They can't hear us. Yao Yao smiled. Howl! Moo! The black yak let out an odd cry and raised his head with all his might. He combed his swept-back hair and shook his coarse horns, saying, Kill these bastards. Hee-haw, hee-haw. That bunch of grandsons are in for it. Beat them up. Old Donkey bared his buck teeth and shouted. Chu Feng hadn't expected that there would be such an effect, even though they were both silver-haired. That expert from the Outer Realms had mistaken him for someone else. He was overbearing and wanted to fight to the death. Now, even Chu Feng was praying, Fight, don't be polite, don't be soft. He had personally experienced it and deeply understood how terrifying that shedding woman was. If she really came into being, she would definitely be able to pierce through the heavens. In outer space, there was a giant bone dragon that flapped its bone wings in the void. Terrifying dark green radiance flew out from its eye sockets as it carried an old monster covered in bone armor on its back. There were also fiery red birds of prey that were even more brilliant than the distant sun. Additionally, there were enormous humanoid creatures wearing armor. They stood tall in the dark cosmos and emitted boundless killing intent. It was boundlessly terrifying. The deity race's people are arriving with their sect-guarding weapons. Everyone, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll attack first. That person's arm regenerated as he looked down at the deep blue planet below. Then he decisively attacked. A pitch-black palm pressed down and broke through the Earth's defenses. In reality, the Sage Master had long since withdrawn all the domains and allowed his large hand to stretch down. In the end, this person was somewhat apprehensive. He was indeed afraid of destroying this planet and shattering the purgatory. In the end, the large hand stopped and hung in outer space. In the end, it emitted boundless light, which condensed into an energy rune. It fell toward Kunlun to lock onto a target and launch a targeted attack. The next moment, the earth and mountains in the abyss shook and rocks tumbled down. The domain runes left behind millions of years ago all lit up and shone brightly. In the depths of this mother gold mine, with a long history that was difficult to trace back to its end, that woman was shocked and furious. She had only given a light punishment just now, but in the end, the people from the Outer Realms didn't stop and instead became even more severe. If it wasn't for the accident in this cosmos, who would dare slight her with her status? At this moment, she naturally wouldn't say much and immediately launched an attack. This time, she lightly spat out a rune and dispersed the energy the expert from the Outer Realms had struck down. Then, she used her hair to absorb it. Following that, white light erupted and rushed out of Kunlun. Her killing intent was aroused. Her silver hair was like a waterfall as it rushed toward the sky. She locked onto that expert and immediately attacked to kill. You still dare to come? The expert from the Outer Realms sneered. A light sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the silver stream with a cold smile on his face. Clang! The next moment, he felt something was wrong. The silver hair that was charging over was too astonishing. Each strand pierced through the void, but the energy it contained didn't gush out. It only erupted when it got close and broke the light sword in his hand. Puffed. At the same time, the snow-like silver hair pierced through his arm and also his abdomen, dyeing the starry skies with blood. Everyone detain him. He actually dares to do this. This is a declaration of war against us. He shouted, suggesting that everyone attack together. However, the next moment he was horrified. His arm was in intense pain as his flesh was peeled off. The silver hair that pierced through his arm split open his left hand and abdomen, causing divine blood to splatter everywhere. Roar! He let out a loud roar and transformed into a pitch-black monster. He manifested a tough conjure body to defend himself. This was a terrifying monster with dense scales. It looked a little like a hyena, but it definitely wasn't one. It also looked a little like a lion. Its neck was black, its hands were black, and its fur was very long. There was also a pair of giant black wings on its back. Its beast fur was thick and hard like steel needles. Many parts of its body were also covered in scales. This kind of appearance was very terrifying. Roar! A loud roar rang out. It wanted to break the silver hair, but in the end, under the astonished gazes of others, one of its front legs was torn off. At the same time, its abdomen was cut open. It was dripping with blood, and even the intestines inside could be faintly seen. One had to know that this was a powerhouse at the Heaven Illuminator realm. It was forced to reveal its true form as soon as they exchanged blows, and it even suffered such a huge loss. How could it not be shocking? "Thou friend, let me help you." The old monster from the Netherworld race moved. He rode on a bone dragon and held a death scythe in his hand. He slashed forward with the intention of cutting off the silver hair. "Everyone, let's eliminate him," someone else suggested. A fiery red, ferocious bird was incomparably malevolent. It brought along raging flames that surged to the sky and pounced over. The fiery light burned the heavens, and it was too terrifying. This was a quasi-divine bird that had cultivated for an incomparably long time. The Nanming mythical fire sparrow. The fiery light it spat out was very terrifying. It ignited the starry skies, and this was the energy that could destroy all living things. It was the true, legendary, divine fire, the Nanming mythical fire. With a whoosh, this kind of fiery light swept over and was still a threat to the silver hair. That Nanming mythical fire sparrow was one of the big shots of the universe pirates from ancient times. It had always liked to plunder, but after so many years had passed and its strength had increased explosively, it rarely made a move because there weren't many things that it fancied. Back then, during the Ancient War, it was one of the overlords of the universe pirates. It seized every opportunity and obtained a lot of benefits from the destroyed Earth. As such, it came here this time as well. In reality, the people who made a move did so because they had a guilty conscience. They had once targeted the ancient evolvers here. Boom! At the crucial moment, surging yang qi erupted from the silver hair. It battered away all the Nanming mythical fire and violently curled up. Ah! That black, ferocious beast let out a blood-curdling screech. At this moment, its front leg was torn off, its chest and abdomen were split open, and some of the silver hair penetrated deep into its flesh and frantically devoured its life energy. "You aren't a sage master," he shouted, but it was already too late now. Since the woman in the abyss of Kunlun had chosen to make a move, she had no intention of stopping. The black monster's body was severed into two. Clank! At the same time, the silver hair erupted with resplendent rays of light. After it danced about, it collided with the Netherworld race's death scythe. Sparks flew everywhere. It had to be said that this old monster was extremely powerful. Bang! At the same time, the silver hair swung about and violently whipped the Nanming mythical fire sparrow's body. It actually couldn't evade and was enveloped by the yang qi. The silver runes temporarily imprisoned it for a moment, causing it to suffer a direct hit. Its beak opened and fresh blood sprayed out. In just a split second, the experts in outer space were all shaken. Who was this person? He was absolutely not a sage master. He was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, and his accomplishments were terrifying. Everyone, don't worry. Even if this planet is destroyed, I don't think it's a big deal. My race's sect-guarding treasure has arrived. At this moment, a loud shout came from the universe's starry skies. The deity race had arrived with a treasure ranked in the top 10 in the universe, emitting a terrifying aura. "Thou friends, when are you going to make a move?" The monster that resembled both a hyena and a tau roared. Its entire body was pitch black, and its severed body reformed. It was incomparably furious. Its body had actually been torn apart by a strand of silver hair. This was an extraordinary humiliation to it. However, many people were somewhat stupefied at this moment. They were shocked. When did this planet have another supreme expert? Another terrifying existence at the Heaven Illuminator realm. This was too abnormal. Kill. The overlord of the cosmic pirates, the Nanming mythical fire sparrow, who had regained his freedom and rushed out with surging yang qi, let out a violent shout. He also felt very humiliated. Everyone, let's kill this person together. In the distance, someone was riding the deity Race's treasure. He was approaching this place with great momentum. One of the universe's most powerful ultimate weapons could indeed intimidate the world. That kind of energy-flowing light made the starry skies tremble. All the evolvers along the way were terrified, and their hearts palpitated incessantly. In reality, in the depths of the universe, a group of old saints near the deity Race's important land couldn't help but want to cry out at this moment. Among them were prisoners who had escaped from the universe's black prison, and there were also villains who had run over from the universe's black market. All of them were incomparably delighted. Uncle Ming shouted, "Old brothers, the deity Race's sect-guarding treasure has been taken away. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a great fortune for you and me. Let's kill our way in. As long as we can break into their main camp, those scriptures and divine medicines will be enough for us to benefit for the rest of our lives. We won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." At this moment, Uncle Ming was extremely bewitching, but what he said was also the truth. Everyone, there are divine medicines here. If you eat one, you might be able to recover your youth and start all over again. You can make another breakthrough, and if you're lucky, you might even be able to find the way to the Heaven Illuminator realm. Uncle Ming talked incessantly and boosted the group's morale. It was as if the group had been injected with chicken blood. After we're done with this, we'll conceal ourselves. The universe is so big. Who can find us? Besides, if we really can't do it, we'll enter the broken universe in the primal chaos. There are great powers there, the banished immortal nest, the primal chaos divine demon palace, and so on. Even the deity race doesn't dare to provoke them. In my opinion, the deity race is finished this time. That expert who took away their sect-guarding treasure is simply a gambler. His eyes are red from losing. This time, the deity race might be consigned to eternal damnation. Let's go, old brothers. Let's do something big. Who knows, we might be able to destroy the deity race today and obtain all of their divine items. The deity race has exterminated countless races in the past millions. They've obtained too many good things, such as the real Kuan Peng true form diagram, divine beast diagrams, and inheritances. The group of old saints and prisoners were stimulated to the point that their blood was boiling. They howled and charged toward the deity race. They were worried that they would fall behind. The other groups had long since charged toward the spirit race and the Shilin clan. They might even make a move now. Outside of Earth, that silver hair danced as she actually resisted the attacks of 5 or 6 experts and exchanged blows with a Heaven Illuminator. However, this was only a lock of hair and not a real person. She couldn't possibly be so heaven-defying. How could she rely on a strand to kill a universe overlord? In the end, she was careless, and a small section of her hair was burned off by the Nanmingly fire. Chi, the bone dragon, the netherworld race old monster, was sitting on breathed out. That was the netherworld flame, also one of the divine flames. It was also aimed at that silver-white glowing hair. Earth Kunlunabis. That woman let out a cold snort. Countless years had passed, and she was in the crucial process of her transformation. She was actually disturbed like this. Her killing intent pervaded the air. Back then, she had even killed a dozen powerhouses from the Yang realm who had chased after her. How could such a powerful and tyrannical person tolerate being provoked again and again? Even though it was inconvenient for her to move now, she still attacked tyrannically. Boom! A mass of spiritual origin light appeared and condensed into a human form. Her silver hair was like a waterfall, and her style was peerless. After that, her spiritual body condensed into a physical form and arrived outside of Earth in one step. Bang! It was just a simple punch. The fist seal looked delicate and snow-white, but it directly blew up the bone dragon that was spitting fire and burning her silver hair. The dragon's bones broke into pieces and rushed to various parts of the starry sky. She had come to the outer realms. Chapter 743. Such tyrannical words intimidated the outer realms. Everyone present was an evolver at the Heaven Illuminator realm. At this level, they were naturally extraordinary creatures. They studied all kinds of ancient legends and handwritten notes left behind from ancient times, all for the sake of breaking through again. As such, some of them could more or less understand what she was saying. They were immediately alarmed when they recognized the language she was using. Everyone, why should we be afraid of her when there are so many of us? Look clearly. She's just a spirit constructed from spiritual power. Kill her. The black beast that looked like a hyena and a Tao roared. It had been chopped in half at the waist, so the ominous glint in its eyes intensified. It naturally hoped that everyone would join forces to eliminate this woman. It was indeed the descendant of the Tao beast, but it had mutated. Its body was special, but its strength was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, how could it be a heaven illuminator? However, many people were apprehensive and couldn't calm down. They felt that the waters of the azure planet below were too deep. There was actually another ultimate powerhouse here, and they didn't know where she came from in the past. Just as he finished speaking, the woman's incomparably cold gaze locked onto him. Then, without saying a word, she stepped forward and pressed on. Everyone, it'll be a joke if we can't kill her with so many people here. How will we establish ourselves in the future? In the distance, the shattered bone dragon's soul light was throbbing within its skull as it shouted. If the others had suffered such a punch just now, their vitality would certainly have been greatly damaged if their bodies had been smashed apart. However, the bone dragon was special. Its bones were only a carrier, and the soul light was its foundation. The situation just now wasn't right, so it used its huge skeleton to block the attack and successfully let its skull fly away. Its soul escaped the calamity. But now, it was rather horrified when it gathered its bones again. The Heaven Illuminator black dragon bone of the West had actually been smashed to pieces. It had only managed to gather a small portion of its bones to become a crippled dragon. As for its master, the old monster from a netherworld race, he was even more fearful and didn't say a word for a long time. Kill. At this time, the others expressed their stance, and some people attacked decisively. For example, the Nanming mythical fire sparrow flapped its wings. Its fiery red feathers brought about a torrential blaze as it charged forward. However, this woman was even more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. She seized the initiative to launch an attack in a flash, and she was boundlessly tyrannical. There seemed to be fragments of time beneath her feet. The void was collapsing, and the scene made people wonder if they were seeing things wrongly. Boom! The starry sky exploded. Divine radiance shone resplendently. The woman's spiritual power transformed into a body that pierced through outer space, forming a terrifying silver storm that directly appeared in front of the mutated Tao Wu. Kill! The swan and I roared. The black scales on its body transformed into armor of laws, and the long hair on its neck transformed into divine chains of order. It used its most powerful technique, and in a split second, the heavens resonated. Even its figure appeared on some of the altars worshipped by various races in the cosmos. This was the result of the most powerful rune illumination. The mutated swan and I felt apprehension in its heart. It exerted all of its strength to interweave with the order of the universe before carrying out the most powerful attack. At this moment, its body could easily pierce through the universe. It was simply an indestructible body. As long as a celestial body touched it, it would be shaken into cosmic dust. At this moment, it was that powerful. However, in an instant, a jade-white fist arrived before him, and everything was changed. Its black scales exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. The mysterious woman's strength was too strong. Her body was constructed from spirit, and just like that, she struck out horizontally, piercing through its black scales and causing its body to explode. Even its bones were trembling. The demoness is powerful. Everyone attacked together. The bone dragon roared from behind. However, its heart was filled with fear. It spat out netherworld flames that were dark green and terrifying. That woman didn't even turn her head. Her snow-white palm slapped behind her, and with a bang, the divine flames were scattered. Following which, her momentum became even faster, and she almost pounced on the mutated Tao Wu. She attacked from high up in the sky with a graceful posture. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her style was peerless. However, there was also a boundless murderous aura. The expressions of the others changed, and they had already made their moves. If they attacked together and allowed this woman to kill on the spot, it would be a loss of face for the experts present. For a moment, this place was filled with multicolored lights. All kinds of order runes pierced through the sky. Energy spears, huge golden swords, and other things easily spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Clang! When a woman's palm collided with a huge golden sword, sparks flew everywhere. Unexpectedly, she could resist it head-on. Clang! Her silver hair swayed about, and the old netherworld monster's black death scythe vibrated incessantly from the impact. It was sent flying high into the distance. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out dense yang qi to block the Nanming mythical fire sparrow. She smashed her fist over, causing the vicious bird to let out a long cry. Parts of its body exploded, and a large bloody hole appeared in its chest. Kill. A great battle broke out. A total of several people went forward to kill this woman. There were also people watching with flickering eyes. "You're all courting death," said the woman. Suddenly, she circulated a special breathing technique and used her spirit to breathe. Immediately, her entire body surged with yang qi, and her battle intent surged. Boom! The aura that erupted from her became even more terrifying. Everyone was apprehensive, and she stared at the mutated Tao Wu. She wanted to concentrate on killing one of them first. An ominous feeling arose in the black mutated Tao Wu's heart. It felt somewhat fearful and was suddenly horrified. After reaching this level, its divine senses were unimaginably sharp. It actually felt that it might perish here. "No!" he shouted. The woman was surrounded by others and was still some distance away from him, but he felt terrified and shouted out instinctively. As expected, his feeling wasn't wrong. The woman's fist seal changed and emitted a glaring light. Her fists were like two great suns that illuminated the outer realm when she waved them. On Earth, Chu Feng was in a daze. He recognized at a glance that this was the Yang realm's divine technique, Virokana Fist. Lady she had taught him before, but it wasn't complete. At this moment, this woman was definitely using the complete version. The Yang Qi was unimaginably dense, and its power was peerless. Boom! The starry sky exploded, and suns appeared one after another. Then, they exploded, and all of them bombarded the mutated Tao Wu. In the end, even though everyone came to the rescue in time and frantically tried to stop it, the black mutated Tao Wu still screamed miserably and exploded. Its blood splattered across the starry sky. The most important thing was that her fist seal was too fierce. It burned the Tao Wu's primordial spirit imprint that had escaped and directly killed it. Ah! The mutated Tao Wu's soul let out a mournful cry and came to an abrupt end. Even it didn't expect to be killed like this. Why would it come here if everything could be predicted in advance? Many strange phenomena appeared in the starry sky. For example, the shadows of fierce beasts that covered the sky and earth appeared and were howling in grief. There were also some divine beasts that were indomitable and roaring along with them. "It had nothing to do with me at first. You asked for it," said the woman. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and faced the others. During this process, a sonorous sound rang out from her body and glaring energy bloomed. It formed a protective armor and even condensed into a shield to block some people's fierce attacks. Boom! The moment she turned around, she blasted a fist toward the bone dragon. The radiance of the great sun illuminated everything. At this moment, her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her graceful bearing was extremely moving, but it was also so tyrannical that it made people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. The bone dragon was anxious and truly regretful. It shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Now it was being targeted by this terrifying woman. Anyone could see that this woman was too evil. Crackle, crackle. This time, the bone dragon's body exploded. That was the bone of a Western divine dragon at the true Heaven Illuminator level, but in the end, it was all shattered. All kinds of cracks and crevices were densely packed together. With a bang, fragments of broken bones flew in all directions. The most important thing was that its skull had also exploded. The bone dragon was originally very powerful and proficient in spiritual attacks, but now it was scared out of its wits. The soul that it was so proud was melting like ice and snow meeting a fiery divine furnace after encountering such a grand fist seal and a vast amount of yang qi. It immediately understood that this woman's current spiritual state was far more powerful than its own soul and could directly restrain it. The bone dragon let out a mournful cry. Its soul was burning, and after being swept by this woman's fist, it rapidly melted and then collapsed. The bone dragon was destroyed. During this process, the old monster from the Netherworld race attacked frantically in an attempt to save it, but it was useless. Even though his death scythe struck the woman's body, it only made her stagger and didn't break through. An energy shield appeared outside the woman's body. It was sturdy and indestructible, and its defensive power was astonishing. Everyone fall back. I'll suppress and kill her. At this moment, the deity race's evolver held the cult's most valuable treasure and transmitted his voice in secret. He was prepared to kill. He let the ultimate weapon absorb enough energy to destroy this woman. Everyone revealed odd expressions and couldn't help but fall back. In the void, a ball of golden light erupted. It was a blade, and at this moment, there was nothing else but this blade. It instantly illuminated the firmament. The deity blade, the race's true cult's most valuable treasure, was also one of the top 10 ultimate weapons in the universe. Its power was peerless and could directly kill a heaven illuminator. The great deity had also used a long saber before, but that saber was only an imitation. Although the material was not bad, it was still inferior to the ultimate deity saber that had been refined and nurtured by the true powerhouses of the clan for generations. Chi, heaven and earth were cut apart. The light was glaring and extremely dazzling. It was as if it was going to cut the solar system in half. However, there was a weakness, and that was that this person wasn't strong enough. He was the deity race expert who was beaten up by the Sage Master several months ago and had once fallen from the Heaven Illuminator realm. Logically speaking, he needed an extremely long time to recuperate before he could recover. Everything was because the race had divine medicines and divine pills brought out from the primal chaos. This allowed him to recover his original realm in advance, but he was still a bit weak. The others revealed odd expressions. They judged that the deity race really didn't have any old monsters. This was the last big shot. The woman's senses were sharp and naturally discovered the deity race expert. With a boom, 2 balls of white divine objects flew over and appeared in her hands. It was a pair of silver doors that were about the same height as her body. She grabbed them with both hands and waved them around. On Earth, Chu Feng and Yao Yao saw it clearly and were speechless. This was the pair of doors in the abyss of Kunlun. At that time, Yao Yao's grandfather used the demon ancestor's cauldron to smash it more than 200 times before it became full of holes. However, it wasn't completely destroyed, which showed how sturdy it was. Now, it had already been restored and was no longer pockmarked. This woman was incomparably domineering. She grabbed a silver divine door in each hand and spread her arms. It was as if she had an extra pair of silver wings, and her aura was terrifying. At this moment, the deity race expert wielded a blade with both hands and hacked down with world-shaking might. The woman was happy and unafraid. She held a silver door in each hand and suddenly waved them. As her arms closed, the two silver doors smashed together. Boom! She was calm and collected as she watched the long blade coming closer. Only then did she close her arms and let the two doors merge into one before colliding together. This scene was too terrifying because the deity race's expert and the deity race expert were caught in a pincer attack. Without a doubt, the deity race expert felt fear along the way. He wanted to dodge and teleport away, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't break free and couldn't struggle. In the end, he clenched his teeth and increased his speed as he swooped down with his blade. Unfortunately, the two silver doors merged into one amidst the dazzling silver brilliance and resplendent divine energy. They collided together and clamped the deity race's expert between them. In a split second, the deity race expert turned into a bloody pulp and was smashed to pieces. The woman's attack method was violent and tyrannical. It was shocking. As for the deity race's blade, it let out a loud clang as it was clamped. The demon ancestor's cauldron didn't completely destroy this pair of silver doors, which showed how sturdy they were. Now that they collided with the deity race's blade, especially since it wasn't the blade's edge but the side, the two silver doors were naturally undamaged. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The deity race expert had mustered a large force and even brought along a great killing weapon. He wanted to launch an attack from the air, but in the end, just as he appeared and was about to kill the demoness, he was counterattacked and killed. Even the Heaven Illuminator's emotions were fluctuating violently at this moment. All of them were dumbstruck and simply couldn't believe that the deity race expert had been killed in a second. Earth, Mount Jijin. Shu Feng was flabbergasted. He was truly speechless and didn't know what to say. He was shocked, delighted, and incomparably excited. Chapter 744. It was too violent and too tyrannical. A woman of peerless elegance and beauty was carrying two giant silver doors. Just like that, she smashed the experts from the deity race who had rushed over at top speed into pieces. Even their ultimate weapons were clamped between them. Clang, clang, clang. The deity blade was known as one of the top 10 weapons in the universe. Its destructive power was astonishing. Even without anyone activating it, it was shaking violently on its own with millions upon millions of layers of murderous intent. Everyone was speechless and shaken. The deity race expert fused with the ultimate weapon and transformed into an eternal blade light as he flew over. Everyone thought this was a swift and fierce attack, a fatal killing move. Who would have thought that he was rushing to his death? In the deep starry sky and the ice-cold outer realm, countless vital planets were separated by boundless distances and scattered throughout the universe. At this moment, the evolvers of every race were shaken. The Heaven Illuminator had died tragically. The deity race expert had come with one of the top 10 ultimate weapons in the universe. Yet he was beaten to death. Moreover, he had died in such a sullen manner. It would have been fine if it was a normal battle, but he had died too miserably. His entire body had exploded from the slap and turned into a bloody pulp. It was a ghastly sight on the deity race's mother planet. Many people had been paying attention to the battle outside of Earth. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the race's elders went dark, and some people even fainted. This was a huge blow to the race. They were one of the top 10, yet they had used their set-guarding weapon. In the end, they were beaten to death as if they were swatting flies. Some of the deity race's elders realized that their race's future was bleak. They had yet to completely revive, but they were already heading toward decline. The race was destined to decline. Their old ancestor, the great deity god, had been beaten to death by Yao Yao's grandfather. This already meant that their glory was gone forever. Now, something like this had happened. They still didn't know that Uncle Ming and a group of old saints were approaching. They were about to set foot on their important land and put on a show of a pack of wolves devouring a tiger. Everywhere in the starry sky of the universe was shaken. Today was destined to be remembered by everyone. Mysterious powerhouses had jumped out one after another from the declining Earth. They were simply going to beat every race into a daze. Yao Yao's grandfather was fine. After all, he had shown his face in ancient times. But who was this woman? Where did she come from? Her demeanor was peerless and domineering. Hee-haw, hee-haw, this battle is truly brilliant beyond compare. It's a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, turning the world upside down. Old Donkey expressed his opinion on the Origin Beast platform. His spittle flew everywhere as he explained to everyone. In the end, he concluded by saying, "The above is all nonsense." In fact, he only used one move to slap the deity race's big shot to death. Do you know how he died? His head was caught in the door, and he died just like that. At first, everyone was still suspicious, but the more they listened, the more they felt uncomfortable, especially those from the deity race. In the end, they were simply speechless. This was too sarcastic. The old donkey did his best to advertise and said, "Hee-haw, hee-haw, please remember this moment." The deity race's powerhouse's head was squashed flat by the door. Just like that, he died a violent death. This day was a dark and humiliating day for the heavenly deities. They were walking towards the abyss of depravity, and heaven illuminators fell one after another. The race felt a bone-piercing chill attack them, and when they raised their heads to look at the sky, it was all dusky. Over the years, they had slaughtered the barbarians, destroyed planets, and fought countless battles. They had originally thought that aside from the top 9, they were invincible. Who would have thought that the collapse would be so swift and sudden? The great battle was still going on. Outside of Earth, this woman's white clothes were fluttering in the wind. She was surrounded by the enemy's blood, and the long silver blade between the two silver doors was vibrating violently. The deity blade wanted to fly away. It possessed unfathomable power and emitted light on its own. It even let out a terrifying roar. In the end, a large golden hand suddenly appeared at the hilt of the blade, wanting to pull it out. This was very strange and sudden, and it shocked the surrounding people. Deity summoning? Who's summoning it? The old monster from the Netherworld race squinted his eyes and retreated again and again. He already had the intention to retreat and wanted to leave. The others were also astonished. The so-called deity summoning and deity possession were their race's forbidden absolute arts. Even the great deity was using them. But where did he summon it from? And who was summoning it at this moment? "It's the deity blade summoning it himself," someone whispered. He had clearly sensed it. Bang! At this moment, the void suddenly collapsed, and a giant golden foot inexplicably appeared. It was majestic and terrifying, and a single foot was as tall as a heaven illuminator like him. It shocked the world. Who knew how many people in the universe were watching the live broadcast? They were all dumbfounded after seeing this scene. In reality, the heaven illuminators in the vicinity of the battlefield were also astonished. Their pupils contracted. Where did this person come from? Very soon, they realized that this wasn't a complete creature. It was as if someone was calling out strongly and using the deity summoning forbidden technique. This was the embodiment of the deity race's secret technique. The deity blade was trembling and rumbling. Millions upon millions of blade lights were about to rush out of the silver door's obstruction and kill the woman before flying away. Bang! Another giant golden foot appeared and stomped toward the woman. Following that, a giant golden fist pierced through the void and charged toward the woman. Interesting. The woman's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She let go of the blade and avoided the blade light to deal with the giant golden foot and fist. Bang, bang, bang. Silver light erupted. When she danced around the pair of large doors, the heavenly wind was vast and mighty, and the universe and starry sky trembled. She tyrannically bombarded the giant golden foot and fist. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's attack too. The Nanming mythical fire sparrow didn't dare to speak directly. Instead, he secretly used telepathy to summon everyone to attack together. He didn't dare to hit the head for fear of being targeted by this woman. However, he thought he was doing it secretly, but the woman swept a glance at him as if she had seen through him. It made his heart turn cold and beat like a drum. Bang! At this moment, regardless of whether it was the giant golden foot or the fist, they were all blown up by the woman. They turned into flowing energy and dispersed into the universe. However, the deity blade was very strange. It spun on the spot and shrank from hundreds of thousands of kilometers to the size of a meson. Following that, golden light exploded and was about to disappear. The woman raised her hand to grab it, but a group of powerhouses also moved. All of them were fighting over this weapon that was ranked among the top 10 in the universe. Once they had it, their strength would increase dramatically. The woman was temporarily obstructed, and a wave came from the depths of the universe. With a boom, a super wormhole opened up, and the deity blade rushed in. Where do you think you're going? Some powerhouses stretched out their hands, some crossed the void, and some opened their divine eyes to look carefully. The coordinates are the broken universe in the primal chaos. Someone drew in a breath of cold air. He immediately deduced that the wormhole led to the desolate edge of the universe and into the primal chaos. The woman withdrew her hand and muttered to herself, "You have some skill. I wonder if the banished immortal lair, the primal chaos divine demon palace, and the Umitbot temple are still in the primal chaos." The heaven illuminators at the scene were all silent as they gazed at the distant desolate edge of the universe. At this moment, every part of the universe was boiling. A long time ago, someone had mentioned that the ancestors of the deity race, the Tao race, and the demon race might have come from the broken universe in the primal chaos. Now, looking at this sign, it really was possible. The top 10 might really come from that broken universe in the primal chaos. According to reports, that place is many times vaster than our universe. In the starry sky, countless evolvers were in heated discussion. Rumor has it that the top 10 themselves can't confirm whether or not their ancestors came from the ancient universe in the primal chaos. Only in recent times have there been evidence and clues. Say, the deity blade couldn't have entered the so-called deity palace in the primal chaos, could it? Some people made the connection and immediately drew in a breath of cold air. Of course, there were also people who raised various hypotheses. Recently, the Yang Realms theory was brought up again and again. Some people believed that passing through the primal chaos would lead them to the Yang Realm. Bang! The great battle was still unfolding, and the battle outside Earth hadn't ended yet. The woman's white clothes fluttered as she fixed her eyes on the Nanming mythical fire sparrow and immediately charged over. Moreover, she was carrying 2 doors as she charged over. Even if her white clothes were otherworldly and her style was exceptional, it still made people's hair stand on end. "Tao friends, help me!" the Nanming mythical fire sparrow shouted. It did its best to fight and kill. It couldn't sit still and wait for death. However, at this moment, when people saw this woman carrying 2 doors and charging over, they only had one reaction, and that was to dodge. Some even fled. This was simply like avoiding a god of plague. No one wanted to provoke her. Now, they finally understood that this woman originally didn't want to fight with them. They suspected that she was cultivating on Earth and was forced out by them. She had already killed 3 great experts and passed by stepping on the corpses of the deity race, Taowu, and Bone Dragon. This proved her terrifying style. Who was willing to fight to the death with her? That was because fighting with her could be completely avoided. As long as they didn't disturb her, they would most likely be safe. It was a tragedy for the Nanming mythical fire sparrow. He discovered that he had been abandoned. Not a single person came forward. Those people were all retreating and even running away. Even those who were on good terms with him and were also big shots among the cosmic pirates had run away without a trace. He really wanted to curse out loud. Who said that evolvers at the Heaven Illumination realm couldn't get angry, that they didn't have a temper, and that their emotions and desires were extinguished. He wanted to warmly greet those people's families and ancestors. The Nanming mythical fire sparrow roared and went all out. He transformed into a fiery red divine sparrow and weaved between heaven and earth. He raised his head and spat out the raging flames of rules. He released the power of order and fought to the death. Unfortunately, he wasn't a match at all. With a bang, that woman ignored his attack and slammed down with the door. The impact broke his bones and snapped his tendons. He flew out horizontally, and his whole body was covered in blood. The order runes were scattered, and countless bones were broken. Following that, another door also smashed down. The Nanming mythical fire sparrow was smashed, and his blood splattered across the starry skies. He died a miserable death here and was extremely sullen. Everywhere in the universe was shaken. Countless people were greatly shaken. People had a premonition that the Earth's ranking would most likely soar. It was fine that a monster covered in long black hair had appeared, but now there was a powerful woman. One was more ruthless than the other. The deity race will probably fall out of the top 10 and break the legend of the top 10 never falling. Could it be that the Earth is going to forcefully squeeze into the top 10? Some people were whispering and felt that it was inconceivable. The Earth hadn't completely recovered, and the native evolvers were relatively weak. But now, they had one glorious battle achievement after another. It shocked every part of the starry skies and made it impossible for them to calm down. They were boiling over. At this moment, Uncle Ming had already led a group of old saints into the deity race's restricted area. He shouted, "Search the house. Old brothers, don't be polite. Take whatever you like. Everyone, let's go together and fill our stomachs." At the same time, the same thing was happening in the spirit race, machine race, Shilin clan, and other places. Shocking scenes were unfolding. Chapter 745. The deity race, the spirit race, the Shilin clan, and the machine race suffered fierce attacks at the same time. Foreign enemies invaded on a large scale, and for a moment, they were killed miserably. The screams of the direct descendants of the major races rose and fell. It was too sudden. How many years had it been since someone dared to attack them? Today, a battle suddenly broke out. A group of saints launched a sneak attack and attacked ruthlessly. Blood splashed in the important areas of several races as a terrible tragedy occurred. Compared to the battle outside of Earth, Uncle Ming was opening up a second battlefield. It had far-reaching effects and was destined to be remembered by every race. That was because this was a subversive battle. After so many years, a declining land could actually counterattack and attack the top 10. At this moment, the battle outside of Earth was coming to an end. Following the death of the Nanming mythical fire sparrow, almost no one was willing to fight to the death here. It really wasn't worth it. This woman had said from the beginning that they were the ones who forced her to attack. They were purely courting death. "Everyone, I'll take my leave first." With a swoosh, a powerhouse among the cosmic pirates ran away and disappeared without a trace. "Everyone, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Farewell. I feel that the meaning of life isn't here. I'll go far away to pursue the true meaning of evolution." Someone said. His face wasn't red, and his heart wasn't beating fast. He was fairly natural and escaped in a very artistic manner. "The starry sky is so bright and beautiful, yet you and I are fighting here endlessly. What a killjoy. I'm going." Someone ran away without looking back. Everyone, the people watching the live broadcast, were speechless. It turned out that heaven illuminators also had times when they were afraid. They were actually escaping at the speed of light. Even the heaven illuminators who were running away were speechless. "Damn it, coward. Why'd he run?" Some experts cursed in secret and cursed. But in the end, a powerhouse, also ran away. Everyone else had fled, but he didn't dare to stay. Otherwise, he would be smashed by the two silver doors and turned into a bloody pulp. It was too miserable. Some people were bitter and resentful because they reckoned that if everyone present joined forces, they could destroy this woman no matter how powerful she was. There was nothing that could be done. They weren't of the same mind and didn't come from the same clan. They were all on guard against each other. So who would be willing to start a war with a terrifying woman that they could originally avoid? Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the people in outer space had all escaped. Each of them ran faster than the last, and many of them had almost disappeared in an instant. However, what shocked some people was that this woman was too domineering. She actually didn't stop and continued to chase after him. Even the older generation experts, all of them revered themselves as ancestors for many years, put down their pride, and began to compete to see who could escape the fastest. As long as they were a bit faster than others, it was fine. Whoever fell behind would be the unlucky one. Boom! In the end, the moment the woman stopped, she smashed the silver doorboard. Some people were currently piercing through the starry sky, wishing to directly cross the cosmos and completely disappear, but in the end, they were extremely unlucky. For example, the ancestor of the Sky Piercer had always kept a low profile and refused to stand out after coming to Earth. He had always been observing and looking for opportunities in the dark. However, he had actually been targeted. This was because he was an assassin, a dark hunter. Although he had been dormant before, the crazy killing intent in the depths of his heart had always existed. He hated everything on this planet, and it was actually sensed by the woman condensed from spiritual power. Clang! He used the Sky Piercer's precious blood sword to block it. In a split second, a section of the divine sword that was scarlet like magma broke. Earlier on, Yao Yao's grandfather had smashed a section of it with a big cauldron. Now, another section was destroyed. This made his heart bleed. Moreover, the matter wasn't over yet. He was horrified to discover that after the silver door smashed into the wormhole, it slammed onto his body, causing the old assassin to scream miserably on the spot. In the end, the scarlet remnant sword emitted a glaring light and disappeared with a small part of his body, leaving behind a large expanse of bloody mist. At the same time, the ancestor of the Netherworld race was also groaning and roaring furiously. His mount, the Bone Dragon, had been killed. At this moment, he was also suffering the bombardment of the other silver door. He was smashed into the distance and exploded on the spot. The last mass of blood essence wrapped around his soul as he tore open the cosmos and fled in a sorry state. The battle outside Earth had ended. This woman carried the 2 silver doors back to the abyss of Kunlun and disappeared. For a long time, there was silence in the starry skies. The outcome of this battle was too shocking. The group of powerhouses had all run away, one faster than the other. It really made people speechless. Of course, people also knew that they were intentionally avoiding and not willing to fight to the death. They weren't truly fleeing in panic. Soon after, a storm swept through the cosmos. Every race was discussing spiritedly. Could Earth still be seen as a declining land? They definitely couldn't look down on it as they wished. 3 heaven illuminators had actually appeared on this ancient planet. Once 3 or 4 of such characters appeared, they would be on par with the deity race and the Netherworld race. In addition to the demon ancestors' cauldron, a supreme treasure that could rival the top 10 weapons in the cosmos, it was as if a super race was rising and recovering. The origin of life that was once ranked 11th in the cosmos is going to completely return. This is simply replacing the deity race. Under the starry skies, every race was shaken. Nothing was more convincing than a true battle record. There wasn't a single evolver who wasn't shaken. Finally, the relevant evaluation departments of ancient and top-notch corporations like the Black Blood Arena and the Wormhole Express Company gave Earth a brand new rating. The most conservative estimate of Earth's true strength is within the top 20. Perhaps it can be ranked within the top 18. This was simply soaring in a straight line. The 2 organizations gave a brand new evaluation and upgraded the grade. This was still because Earth was in an era where the younger generation was lacking in succession, and there was a gap in evolvers. Otherwise, if there were a large number of evolvers at the Golden Arhut level, with quite a few quasi-saints and some ancient saints, they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 10. Their evaluation was relatively rigorous. At the same time, they themselves said that perhaps it was too conservative. Otherwise, Earth's ranking would be even higher. Of course, the evaluation agencies of these 2 organizations were also convincing. They gave their opinions that Yao Yao's grandfather's condition couldn't be guaranteed, and the mysterious woman was suspected to be just a passerby who didn't necessarily belong to Earth. They also took these uncertain factors into account. Otherwise, it would seriously impact people's vision just by looking at Earth's most glorious moments. After all, they had even crippled the deity race. At this moment, the Sage Master quietly left Earth to support Uncle Ming and the others. He was afraid that something would happen to them. After all, a group of heaven illuminators had just run away shamelessly in a competition just now. All of them had retreated. There was a Sage Master who quietly entered the starry sky and immediately had a great guarantee. He was carrying the demon ancestors' big cauldron. In reality, there was something the Sage Master hadn't thought of. That group of powerhouses who had fled like a swarm of bees was much more tenacious than he had imagined. They weren't truly fleeing in disorder, but they were temporarily avoiding the edge of that woman who had nothing to do with Earth. In the end, a considerable number of people came back again. They stood in the solar system and stared at Earth. They were truly unreconciled. That woman disappeared from Kunlun. She should be hibernating and sleeping again. We'll be fine as long as we don't provoke her. How hateful. If you provoke me, I'll smash this planet with a slap and draw out the purgatory to swallow all of them. Old friend, don't be impatient. If you really let the purgatory come into being, it'll be a monstrous disaster. The entire universe will be in great trouble. Haven't you read the records on the unearthed prehistoric stone tablets? Our universe used to have yang qi, but because of the purgatory disaster, the eyes of a group of people outside Earth flickered indeterminately. This old man is really angry. An old man couldn't hold it in any longer. He stretched out a large hand and really wanted to slap it into Earth. Stop, don't act recklessly. Immediately, a few people dissuaded him. Don't stop me, let me vent my anger. That old man snorted angrily. However, he didn't dare to use force to press down with his palm. Instead, he pressed down very slowly and lightly. Everyone was speechless. They could see that he didn't dare and was only venting. However, there were still people who dissuaded him. Thou friend, you should be more cautious. Don't really smash down with your palm and provoke a great disaster. That old man really couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. In the end, his face turned red and he said, "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, that palm swayed again and again, but didn't dare to descend. This made the others even more amused. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What are you laughing at? Do you really think I don't dare?" He fumbled around for a long time before he finally stretched out a hand and shrank it into Earth. Thou friend, be careful. Thou friend, you really dare to act recklessly? The old man was sullen and said, "I'm not attacking Kunlun. I'm just changing a place to vent my anger." He searched for a long time and found a large desert in the western region of Tibet on Earth. He pressed his palm down because he felt that there shouldn't be any mysterious cave residences in such a desolate place. It was the safest. In reality, he was only pretending to be angry. The real situation was a bit of a bad taste. If he brought it up in the future, he could argue with others. Everyone else had been scared off, but he was the only one who dared to slap Earth. However, a strange phenomenon occurred when his shrunken palm approached the golden desert. There were red spider lilies everywhere. They were sparkling and beautiful like a vast ocean. This was truly a great change in the blink of an eye. Just now, it was a barren desert devoid of vitality. In the end, as soon as his palm approached, the red spider lilies immediately bloomed, and a blue mist filled the air. His palm immediately froze in midair because he felt something was wrong. That was because this scene felt familiar no matter how he looked at it. It seemed to conform to a certain legend. Very soon, he became alert and his hair stood on end. God damn it, what did I do? I provoked a field of blue-red spider lilies. Isn't this the flower of death in the universe back then? It's accompanied by a terrifying legend. The old man wanted to curse and slap himself even more. His palm quickly retreated and was about to be put away. Thou friend, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. A calm voice came from the field of blue-red spider lilies swaying in the desert. Now, not to mention the person who wanted to slap him just now. Even the others were cursing. This was really like seeing a ghost. When did a certain ruthless stubble from the legends who might have fallen come to Earth? Outside of Earth, many of the heaven illuminators who had returned here looked as if they had eaten a dead child. Their expressions were extremely unsightly, and they felt incomparably uncomfortable. These people really didn't know what to say. This was simply like seeing a ghost. They had actually provoked another great demon on this planet. Tao friend, do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you want to start a war with me? A voice came from among the blue-red spider lilies in the desert. In the outer realms, the heaven illuminators were speechless. Chapter 746. Drinking a mouthful of cold water would cause one's teeth to get stuck, and eating a popsicle would cause one's heart to ache. They were simply plagued by bad luck, and everything went wrong. This was their most direct experience today. Was this still the Earth that had been destroyed in ancient times? Could this still be considered a declining land? The heaven illuminators outside of Earth wanted to vomit blood. This kind of experience made their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Again and again, there were continuous surprises. Now, the most uneasy and awkward person was naturally the old man and Shung who had attacked just now. He hadn't even withdrawn his palm print and was frozen there. He was truly in a dilemma. Although he wanted to curse in his heart, he wore a smile on his face and said, "Tao friend, you're too polite. There's no need for you to welcome me. I accidentally disturbed your cultivation. I'll leave now. Then please atone for your sins." In the desert, the blue spider lilies swayed and a gentle voice was heard. "What?" And Shung raised his voice. Earlier, the other party had said to ask for forgiveness for not going out to welcome him. He thought he'd misheard and thought it should be asking for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, this person really wanted him to atone for his sins. As expected, it was the legendary flower of death. "I'll apologize to Tao friend. I'll take my leave now." His palm was shrinking rapidly and was about to disappear from this place. However, a rustling sound could be heard as the blue spider lilies bloomed. The mist was so hazy that even the sun in the sky was reflected in an azure color. The dense blue mist covered this place and imprisoned that hand. "Come out, come out." In the outer realms, the heaven illuminator and Shung forcefully pulled back that hand. He felt rather resentful because this was like trying to catch a fish with his hand, only to be bitten by an old turtle that wouldn't let go no matter what. "Tao friend, we could talk things out. Can you allow me to pull my hand back first?" And Shung lowered his stance. The heaven illuminators in the surroundings were speechless. Then they reacted at the same time, and that was to retreat with a whooshing sound. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. The blue spider lilies below swayed but didn't respond. They locked onto Shung so that he couldn't pull his hand away. What was more terrifying was that a portion of his soul energy was imprisoned in that arm. If it was flesh and blood, and Shung could just abandon it. It was embarrassing, so be it. However, the loss of his soul was much more serious. It was equivalent to being heavily injured. When I was exploring the ruins, I found a furnace of golden 9 revolutions pills. Although I've consumed most of them, I still have some left. I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. I welcome Tao friend to discuss the Tao again next time. Nice to meet you. The spider lily spoke, putting on an extremely courteous appearance. With a whoosh, and Shung retracted his palm with a stiff smile on his face. If this was anyone else, he would definitely not hesitate to fight. However, this was the legendary resurrection lily. This old demon was infamous back then, and not many people dared to provoke him. It was reported that before he died, he dragged many of his enemies along with him. This was a ruthless fellow who even dared to blow up his own body when he went crazy. Who would have thought that this old devil was still alive? Moreover, it seemed that he had taken root on Earth. Not many people dared to fight him to the death. It was said that the descendants of the chaotic god-fiend from the broken universe had fought against the red spider lily, but they were all killed by him. How unlucky! And Shung muttered to himself. He would rather suffer a door plank than become enemies with this old devil. That was because he was confident that he should be able to survive a door plank from that woman as long as he didn't continue to suffer. However, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he got entangled with this resurrection lily. He wasn't called the flower of death for nothing. Thou friend, farewell here. I'm leaving. And Shung turned around and ran away. He really didn't have the face to stay any longer. Nearby, an acquaintance at the Heaven Illuminator realm jostled him and said, "Olden, you're leaving now? Didn't you originally want to vent your anger here? Life is so beautiful, yet you guys are so violent. Your realm is too low and you don't understand the true essence. I'm leaving. There's still hope, longing, poetry, and distance in this world. I'm leaving." He ran away and disappeared in an instant. Everyone was speechless. In reality, the war on Earth had completely ended. The other powerhouses had also fled, so there was no need to stay any longer. A random slap on the desert could produce a resurrection lily. If you were to slap Mount Tai or punch Mount Longhu, who knew what other things would jump out? The waters on Earth were too deep, and it made one's hair stand on end. Of course, they believed in their hearts that there shouldn't be other monsters recuperating on Earth. There couldn't be so many passers-by. However, the people they found in front of them were enough to make them apprehensive. They'd had enough. They couldn't fight here anymore. A planet with 4 heaven illuminators overseeing it. What kind of concept was this? They couldn't even compare to the deity race, the last of the 10 greats. At the very least, the great deity would be killed in a one-on-one fight. Since they couldn't conquer Earth in one battle, it was better to run. They were also people with roots. If they were blocked by someone or their descendants were killed, their mother planet definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. At this moment, the starry sky was in an uproar. Every platform was like boiling water in a copper cauldron, clamoring and clamoring. Everyone was shocked. A planet with 4 heaven illuminators. Regardless of whether it was a native planet or not, there were indeed 4 such fierce people living there. Who would dare to be unconvinced? If anyone is unconvinced, fight them if you have the guts. Didn't you see that old man who likes poetry and distance? He immediately ran away after seeing the spider lilies. Earth has really risen. If they're given time, they'll enter the 10 greats. Even some old monsters were sighing. No one had expected that a 4th powerhouse would jump out from that ancient planet. Originally, the situation was about to calm down, but after Yao Yao's grandfather and the mysterious woman, another ruthless person appeared. This made all the old fellows speechless. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to how high Earth's ranking could soar this time. We've decided to raise Earth's ranking. We unanimously feel that it can be ranked between the 10th and 13th place at the very least. The Black Blood Arena made such an adjustment. We believe that Earth can perhaps return to the 11th or even the 10th place. Of course, the worst it can be is the 12th place. The Wormhole Express Company also made adjustments. However, many evolvers from various races in the universe didn't approve of it. Ever since the 4th powerhouse appeared on Earth, people felt that the waters were too deep and couldn't be seen through a glance. Many people believed that the deity race was done for and could be completely replaced by Earth. At the very least, their high-end combat power had been swept away. Everyone were taking a long-term view and measuring from a strategic height of sustainable development, someone from the Black Blood platform explained. They believed that among the 4 powerhouses on Earth, only the Sage Master was reliable. As for the other 3, some were deranged, and some were just passers-by who could disappear at any time. In addition, in the long run, Earth wouldn't have a suitable successor for a very long time. And the deity race and the netherworld race had deep foundations. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a new heaven illuminator would appear. In addition, the deity race's ultimate weapon had flown away and entered the primal chaos. There might be the legendary deity palace there, and it would be unimaginable if 1 or 2 mysterious powerhouses walked out. The Wormhole Express Company also had this kind of explanation. In the long run, the deity race and the netherworld race would still rise with great potential. Before this, some people were still worried that the people at the top of the pyramid of the 2 races would be eliminated and that they would be divided up by other major powers. But since the deity blade flew into the primal chaos, everyone became fearful. There was a legend since ancient times that the ancestors of the deity race came from the broken universe in the primal chaos. Now it seemed that it was most likely true. As long as the deity race's mother planet is still there and hasn't been conquered, they can still rise and become the universe's overlord. The deity breathing technique isn't just for show. Its power is boundless and can even be ranked in the top 6 of this universe. The race's decline back then was related to the battle in the chaotic Divine Sea, said the Wormhole Express company spokesperson. In reality, Uncle Ming and the others were on a killing spree while they were grading. They attacked powerfully and swept through the mother planets of several major races, drenched in blood. The outside world didn't know because the interstellar network had been cut off. The deity race's mother planet was very special. Even a golden Arhut would find it difficult to fly here, but it wasn't a problem for a saint. This planet was too powerful. It was densely covered in order runes, and it was extremely suppressive to evolvers. Of course, this was also a powerful form of tempering for cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why the deity race was so powerful. At this moment, in the largest divine city on the deity race's mother planet, battle cries shook the heavens. A group of old saints had gone crazy, and all kinds of saint weapons were flying about, blasting one palace after another. Without a doubt, there were domain runes here, and there were rules and order. It was abnormally terrifying. However, Uncle Ming had made ample preparations. He had met the Sage Master and brought with him a huge amount of divine magnets the Sage Master had provided him. They were all ready-made domains. Following Uncle Ming's deployment, the domain shocked the heavens. It covered the front and paralyzed the deity race's divine city. Otherwise, even a large group of saints wouldn't necessarily be able to conquer this place. Even without the great deity overseeing things and losing their sect-guarding weapons, this wasn't a place saints could break through. But now, everything had been rewritten. The domain that the Sage Master had left behind for Uncle Ming was extremely powerful. It was specially carved in advance to deal with the deity race. Over the endless years, there wasn't a moment when the Sage Master didn't want to take revenge. He wanted to kill his way into the deity race and the Netherworld race's lands. As such, he had thoroughly studied their sect-protecting formations. Now it was time to reap the rewards. A group of old saints were like tigers entering a flock of sheep as they massacred the deity race. Little brat, I've really found you. Aren't you arrogant? Relying on your status as a direct descendant of the deity race, you wanted to take my grandson as your servant. If he resisted even a little, you crippled him. Today, I'll destroy you, little brat. In a public square, an old man grabbed a young expert from the deity race with one hand. With a sound, he directly crushed him to death. Still not enough. There were 5 or 6 of you little brats at the time. All of you have to die. This old saint was searching. Another old man roared, "Old bastard from the deity race, why are you running? Hand over your life and accept your death. Back then, you brought people to send me into the universe's black prison just because of a quarrel. How tyrannical are you? Now that your grandfather has escaped, get your ass over here." There were many experts from the deity race, but today there were even more old saints than them. Apart from the people Uncle Ming had released from the universe's black prison, many experts were calling for their friends. There were too many people they brought. Of course, the most important thing was that they had cooperated with the universe's black market and invited a group of black-hearted and merciless old fellows. This group of people prioritized benefits above all else. Now that the great deity god was dead and the deity blade had escaped into the primal chaos, what else did they have to be afraid of? They simply viewed the deity race as a delicious piece of fat meat. Kill. Don't let a saint escape. The deity race is about to be annihilated. Brothers, the rewards are right in front of you. Put in more effort to kill. Shouts of killing shook the heavens on the deity race's mother planet. The race's divine city had been destroyed in the battle. Heavens, the heavens want to destroy our deity race. How can it be like this? An old saint roared. He was seething with anger, and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He was resentful and indignant. However, this was useless. A group of saints had joined hands, and all of them were ruthless. No one was soft-hearted, and they were all ruthless. The heavens are unfair. Our deity race was born with the great fortune of heaven and earth. How can we fall into such a state? An old antique roared. He was seething with anger as he fought Uncle Ming and the others with all his might. He roared, "Evil survivor, Chong Ming, you deserve to die. You actually led people to attack us. I want you to die too. Stop dreaming. I, your grandfather, am here to exterminate you." Uncle Ming shouted. He quietly threw the heavenly umbrella he had borrowed from Lady Shiover. Boom! A bloody mist burst open as one of the deity race's legendary figures was smashed to pieces. Chapter 747. Uncle Ming thought about his era and how his old brothers who had gone through life and death with him were all gone. He couldn't help but shed silent tears and felt suffocated. Almost everyone had died. They weren't at the end of their lifespans, but were killed by the deity race, the Netherworld race, and the Shilling clan. The races that were on good terms with Earth in the past belonged to the Earth Alliance. As the defeated side, they were massacred along with Earth. Not long ago, there was an auction where Fire Bear Skin and Black Tiger Bones were being auctioned. The Fire Bear Saint and the Black Tiger Saint were Uncle Ming's good friends. It was fine if they were killed back then, but they couldn't even rest in peace after their deaths. They were humiliated. The people from the deity race and the Netherworld race threatened to make Fire Bear Skin boots and grind Black Tiger Bone powder to refine their bodies. They were truly arrogant. At that time, Uncle Ming swore that he would massacre the two races. Now, he had really waited for this day. Kill. Uncle Ming's hair was disheveled as he specifically picked the ancient saints to attack. He searched for the executioners of the past and started a massacre. Chong Ming, it's you. It's actually you. The stray dog from back then, the fish that escaped the net. You actually dared to destroy the foundation of my race. How hateful. Kill. An old fellow from the deity race roared. His eyes were red as he held a scarlet spear dripping with blood. This was the famous divine blood-dripping spear. This person had already become a saint during the ancient war and could be considered a famous person with glorious military accomplishments. Back then, one of Uncle Ming's quasi-saint swarm brothers had died in his hands. The spear had pierced through his forehead, and he was killed on a famed mountain on Earth. Old man, you still have the gall to be mad? Why didn't you say that your hands were bloody and your crimes were monstrous back then? Uncle Ming's eyes were also scarlet and filled with killing intent. Divine blood-dripping spear, I finally see it again today. Kill. Uncle Ming roared and pounced over. Not only had this person killed his quasi-saint brother, but he had also launched a sneak attack and annihilated everyone in the youth training camp that the higher-ups of Earth had secretly set up on a certain planet. He originally wanted to leave a seed of hope there, but in the end, he was seen through and was massacred. This made Uncle Ming's heart ache every time he thought about it. Earth survivors die. This saint brandished the divine spear dripping with blood. He found it hard to accept that the lofty deity race had actually been breached and his clansmen were being massacred. This was someone they had defeated in the past, a survivor of a destroyed planet. In the end, it actually came knocking on their door like this one day. He was furious. The deity race had always been high and mighty. They wouldn't think about those races that they had exterminated. At this moment, some people were still thinking about the deity race's inviolable glory. Now, the survivors had actually come to counterattack. They couldn't be forgiven and accepted. You bastard. Uncle Ming gritted his teeth and waved the heavenly umbrella, which collided with the blood-dripping holy spear. Immediately, yang energy gushed out. With a cautious sound, the legendary holy artifact, the well-known dripping blood holy spear, cracked apart. Then, half of it exploded, unable to stop the heavenly law umbrella. Puff! In the following battle, half of the saint's body was sliced off by Uncle Ming's heavenly umbrella, and blood flowed profusely. Ah! He screamed. Originally, This saint had expected that he would have few opponents in the same realm because he had the divine dripping blood spear, but the result was so miserable. Puff! Uncle Ming flew over and used the heavenly umbrella to blast the man into two. He descended from the sky and stomped on the man's caved-in chest. He said through clenched teeth, "Old man, keep being arrogant. Do you think the lives of deity races people are that valuable? Are they different from us? Open your eyes and take a look. The methods that were used on the heads of other races in the past have been reflected on your own race today." Murderous shouts shook the sky all around. The group of people Uncle Ming had invited weren't merciful and lenient people. When they encountered a hardbone, the group immediately went up and ganged up on them. There was no other reason. These people were either people who had escaped from the black prison or ruthless stubble invited from the universe's black market. They were like sharks that had smelled blood and had gone crazy from killing. Ah, my race's fortune is long and lasting. We have the protection of a true deity. How can we be exterminated like this? This person couldn't accept this. His eyes were densely bloodshot. Puff! Uncle Ming exploded him with a kick and caused him to die a violent death. Then he shook the heavenly law umbrella and shattered his spirit, not giving him a chance to rise from the ashes. Just like that, the group of people charged and clashed with the deity race's old fellows. All of them started a massacre because the benefits of attacking the deity race were too great. There were millions of years of accumulation here, and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were more than the dozens or hundreds of mother planets of the various races added together. Old man, I finally caught up to you. Back then, you stole my lover and wanted to kill me, forcing me to flee to the ends of the world. I was originally the successor of a race, but I could only fall into the universe's black market and not see the light. I'll kill you and exterminate your race." In the distance, another old man went crazy and fought a bloody battle with the deity race's saint. One could imagine how much debt the deity race owed to the outside world back then. They were too hated because the deity race was truly powerful, and their people acted without the slightest scruple. Today, they finally broke out completely. Many old fellows roared and came to seek revenge. This was also the reason why Uncle Ming could invite a large number of experts with a single call. The main reason was that the deity race had committed too many sins. Who knew how many people were gnashing their teeth at them? Now that the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, this group of people naturally followed them with red eyes. "Old friend, I'll help you," someone shouted and went to help the roaring old saint just now. That was because the deity race's people were indeed powerful enough. They possessed the deity breathing technique and were more powerful than ordinary saints. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't fight against so many people. Moreover, the people who came to fight today were all ruthless fellows, and there were also people with extraordinary strength. So much so that there were more than one or two peerless saints. Boom! Another saint from the deity race was blown up, and a rain of blood filled the sky. His spirit let out a mournful scream. The deity race was trembling on this day. They couldn't accept this. What kind of scene was this? All the experts of the clan were being hunted down and killed one after another. As for those at the golden body realm of the deity race, they simply didn't have the qualifications to make a move. Once they were encountered, they would all be smacked to death. It was simply too miserable. In the end, the deity race's divine city flowed with blood. This was their number one city and also the location of their foundation. Everyone who lived, there was a direct line of descent. But today it was dark and bloody for them. The large-scale protective domains had failed and were all paralyzed by the divine magnetic stones brought by Uncle Ming. On this day, the deity race's direct line of descent suffered heavy losses. One palace hall after another exploded, and one ritual ground after another disintegrated. It was called a divine city, but this huge city was boundless. There were many beautiful mountain peaks inside, and experts lived there. But now, the mountains and rivers were covered in blood. This old man's heart aches. My deity race has actually fallen to this state. Another old fellow roared angrily with disheveled hair. He had just come out of seclusion when he killed an expert from the universe's black market. That was because this was a top-notch saint. He was too powerful, and ordinary people simply weren't his match. This old man swears that I'll destroy all of you. Your family and your race will all pay a bloody price. No one has ever dared to humiliate my deity race like this. In the past, you were all our prey. Chongming, where are you? Come and die. He roared. He was crazy and attacked in a frenzy. Kill him. At this moment, the top experts from the universe's black market and the black prison who had escaped roared loudly and charged over together. There were also top-notch experts among Uncle Ming's group. At the same time, Uncle Ming held the heavenly umbrella and charged over with red eyes. He directly attacked. With this umbrella, he wasn't afraid at all. Boom, boom, boom. A beautiful purple mountain peak exploded amidst the intense battle. The heaven and earth energy here was shockingly dense. It was a holy land for cultivation, but it had been destroyed. This planet was special. Order runes and domains were densely covered in all areas. Even if they were suppressed and paralyzed, the earth and rocks were still as hard as divine iron. Otherwise, it would have been even more tragic. Puffed. This top-notch saint's chest was pierced by a palm, and half of his body was swept away by Uncle Ming's heavenly umbrella. Immediately, he was incomparably mournful. He roared crazily and fought to the death. Boom! In the end, he self-detonated. He was quite courageous and caused several saints nearby to be seriously injured. Fortunately, Uncle Ming opened the heavenly umbrella and dissolved most of the energy. Brothers, there's a holy spring here. It's a holy land for healing. Those who are injured, come quickly, shouted Uncle Ming. There's a medicine garden here with many mutant fruits. Everyone has a share. In the end, the medicine garden was bare in the blink of an eye. This group of saints passing through was even more terrifying than a swarm of locusts. However, there was no need to fight over it. There was no need for internal conflict. That was because there were too many medicine gardens on the deity race's mother planet. The holy land for cultivation was densely packed, and everyone had share. Retreat into the ancestral city. Don't delay. Don't fight them to the death. An elder from the deity race shouted hoarsely. His heart was dripping blood. Today was too miserable. If this went on, the deity race would be exterminated. Lead the direct descendants and retreat. You're not allowed to fight with your lives on the line. As long as there's life, there's hope. Another elder roared. He clenched his fists in hatred. Reality was cruel. When the deity race was at its peak, every race came to worship them. But now that the great deity was dead, the race had lost their sect-guarding treasure and had completely declined. Today, they had become prey and were massacred by a group of crazy old saints. If this continued, the deity race's direct descendants would be completely annihilated. The ancestral city of the deity race was within the number one city. It could be considered a city within a city. It wasn't very big, but it was sturdy and immortal. The protective domain here wasn't paralyzed and was mysterious and unfathomable. Quickly run back. An elder on top of the city gate roared. He stared ahead and saw one of his grandchildren, a golden Arhut genius. In the end, a saint stomped him into a bloody pulp. Ah, I'll fight you to the death. He roared. His eyes were about to split open as he charged out. Foolish. Don't be impulsive. Someone beside him pulled him back. A legendary elder from the deity race growled. Oh no, the deity palace has been captured. That's a place for their descendants to comprehend the Tao. There are many battle techniques and ultimate arts inscribed there. It's about to fall into the enemy's hands. Today's calamity had come too suddenly. They weren't prepared at all. They didn't have time to destroy the various martial arts halls and medicinal gardens. It was equivalent to giving aid to the enemy. Go, smash the ancestral city's altar and take out the deity incense. Burn it. An elder from the deity race roared. Ah, will it work? Someone was bewildered. Whether it's useful or not, do it for me. What if we can contact the deity palace in the primal chaos? Perhaps our race won't be completely annihilated. Otherwise, the deity race will cease to exist from now on. Chapter 748. The deity race's largest city, the ancestral city, was filled with cries. This was a calamity they had never experienced before. The altar at the center of the city had been smashed open, and a saint carefully took out a stone box from within. There were patterns carved on it, and there were even traces of a knife carved on it. "Quickly, open it and light it up," a top-notch saint urged. The current situation was critical. The ancestral city's domain was very powerful and was said to be able to block the attacks of heaven illuminators. But now, a calamity was upon them, and no one knew what would happen. If by any chance an old monster from the 10 Greats came to fish in troubled waters, something big would definitely happen. A yellowish-brown stick of incense was taken out. It wasn't very special. It was about a foot long and had been burned before. It could only be considered a remnant. "Worship the ancestors and summon the deity." A famous guest shouted and personally presided over the ceremony. At this point, they had no other choice but to try everything in a desperate situation. Legend had it that the deity race's ancestors came from the primal chaos. This was only their second hometown. The race's true ancestral land was incomparably powerful and prosperous, with countless experts. In that primal chaos, there was a supreme deity palace overseen by a true deity overlooking all living things. Relatively speaking, the deity race's ancestor was only an outstanding disciple from the primal chaos. He trained in this starry sky and finally took root here, establishing this clan. According to legend, the broken universe in the primal chaos was boundless and dozens of times larger than this universe. Moreover, it was filled with surging yang qi, which was scorching hot to the people here. Additionally, there were primal chaos demons, giant beasts from the time of the heavens, and all kinds of dangerous creatures roaming the ruins of the broken universe. It was incomparably dangerous to walk in the primal chaos. Ordinary people simply couldn't establish a foothold there. In that broken universe filled with primal chaos, the most powerful orthodoxies resided. There were living beings who regarded themselves as gods. Those great powers all had their own domains, such as the primal chaos demon palace, the Mituwa temple, and the banished immortal cave. All of them were ruthless characters and transcendent powers. If a heaven illuminator entered the primal chaos rashly, he might die 9 times out of 10. More than half of those who went in all these years had died. These were all rumors in this universe. Even the deity race themselves didn't believe that their ancestor was a descendant of some transcendent power. However, the elders of the clan had indeed said this before. Now, they had no choice but to believe it. They lit up this deity incense. It was said that this incense was as old as the deity blade, and it was brought out from the deity palace in the primal chaos. If the clan encountered a great calamity and was in a life and death situation, they could ignite it and perhaps save their lives. Smoke rose in spirals. There was no smell at all, because it was not real smoke at all. It was a type of energy, a type of aura that caused all the saints present to tremble. In the end, they all knelt down. "We pay our respects to the primogenitor. We beseech the deities of the heavenly deity palace to descend and save our clan from this calamity. Your descendants are going to be exterminated." An old sage trembled as he prayed. The others also started to speak up. In the end, this kind of energy oscillation turned into order runes that shocked everyone. Even the peak-level saints were suppressed to the point where they couldn't move. They knelt on the ground, their souls trembling. Chi. In the end, a small half of this stick of incense was burned in an instant. It was too fast, and then it went out. The burned part turned into a dazzling golden light. It broke through the domain's light screen, tore apart the sky, and penetrated into the cosmos. Then, it rushed into the primal chaos. This was a terrifying order rune. It pierced through the starry sea and opened up its own wormhole. Thus, it broke away from the restraints of the galaxy and truly left this cosmos. Kill, exterminate the deity race. Over the years, they've massacred at least 80 planets, if not 100. The number of races they've exterminated is even more uncountable. In order to obtain divine beast martial arts, for example, to obtain the Kuan Peng true form diagram, and so on, they directly started a massacre when they passed by our planet just to silence us. That's because we inadvertently found out their objective. A group of old saints went crazy and attacked the ancestral city. None of them were kind people. Many of them were ruthless characters. In a moment, some people threw out all kinds of terrifying secret treasures and used all kinds of methods. In addition, some people joined hands to summon stars from beyond the heavens. For a moment, a world-destroying scene erupted. Those stars were refined and continuously condensed, but their speed didn't decrease. They bombarded the ancestral city of the deity race. There was a huge explosion here. Unfortunately, this planet was too special. Even if the domains of the giant city were paralyzed, there was still a terrifying order power in the sky and within the ancestral city. In the end, those stars were refined, crushed, and directly annihilated. To many races, this was a world-destroying battle. If it were any other race, they would have been annihilated hundreds of times, but it wouldn't work here. Uncle Ming shouted, "Brothers, the situation isn't right." Just now, a beam of light flew out from the deity race's ancestral city and entered the cosmos. This must be a distress signal. We have to leave. Retreat just like that? Many people weren't resigned to this. Some people's hostility toward the deity race surpassed Uncle Ming's. Similarly, there was a group of saints whose races had been exterminated here. They couldn't wait to destroy the ancestral city and start a massacre here. There are also some ruthless people, such as those from the Cosmos Black Market. For the sake of the deity race's treasury, they had practically gone crazy and killed with more vigor than anyone else. Now, they really weren't willing to retreat. There were even some experts with wild ambitions who wanted to seize the deity race's breathing technique and walk on the path to transcendence. However, they couldn't destroy the deity race's ancestral city despite their constant attacks. You lowly commoners of a low-level planet, you were once defeated by us. Back then, you were nothing more than our hunting targets. Sooner or later, we'll descend upon your ancestral land and wipe you all out. An old woman howled in the ancestral city. Her eyes were about to split open because she saw the corpses of her grandchildren being trampled to death. None of them could escape into the ancestral city. Boom! What responded to her was a dozen or so saint-level amethyst heavenly thunder crystals. They struck the protective barrier above the city gate and caused it to become incomparably dazzling. Energy surged as the heavenly thunder continuously attacked the domain, runes spreading out from the ancestral city. Deity race, you're like grasshoppers at the end of autumn. You won't be able to live for more than a few days, yet you still want to rise up and order the world around? Dream on. Even if we can't conquer the ancestral city today, someone else will come to open it in the future. Just wait for your race to be exterminated. Someone shouted coldly and bloodthirstily. At the same time, several hundred of the surviving descendants of the deity race were slapped to death. A group of people in the ancestral city roared. At the same time, an old saint from the deity race directly slapped the old woman, causing her to scream miserably as her teeth fell out. You still dare to fart at such a juncture? There are still our disciples and many of our clansmen outside the city. Do you Asterisk King want to die? The old saint wasn't satisfied and kicked the quasi-saint old woman away, breaking her bones and tendons. She almost died here. Boom! Outside the city, a group of people attacked fiercely, but to no avail. Uncle Ming said, "Everyone, we really should leave. Not to mention the reinforcements the deity race has invited. The 10 Greats might also make a trip after the news of this place is leaked. They might even come with sect-guarding weapons to loot us. At that time, we might be betrayed." This group of people didn't know that the deity race was summoning their clansmen from the deity palace in the primal chaos. However, They knew that if the 10 greats were to learn of the situation here, they might really bring their ultimate weapons to blast this place open and take advantage of the situation. And at that time, their situation would be very bad. Perhaps they would be killed for a legitimate reason. The 10 greats had stood tall for so many years, but none of them were pure lotuses. Regardless of whether they appeared benevolent or ruthless, there was always the smell of blood behind them. Let's go. According to the agreement, we'll go to the Shilin clan and the spirit race and help our old brothers loot there. Uncle Ming called. Of course, this group of old saints really did their best to loot before leaving. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. The deity race's ancestral planet had many famous mountains and great rivers. Before long, all the medicinal fields were bare. Someone cried out in surprise that they had dug up divine medicines. Not all of the divine medicines and divine trees were in the ancestral city. Some of the holy springs in some famous mountains had been dug up. That kind of spiritual liquid could nourish the saints' bodies and help them cultivate. In the end, many saints obtained the holy pond and were overjoyed. Uncle Ming's harvest was also great. He copied down the deity palace's martial arts with others and then snatched a divine medicine. Without saying anything, he ate on the spot. In fact, everyone did the same. They ate the divine medicine immediately to avoid being targeted by others and causing internal strife and bloody battles. However, divine medicines were still rare resources. Even the powerful deity race didn't have many of them, especially those scattered outside the ancestral city. There were only 4 of them, and they were divided among the people. But the others were also very satisfied. There were all kinds of saint-level refining materials, precious liquids from the holy pond that could help them advance, and secret arts from the martial arts hall. Everyone was smiling. Everyone had smiles on their faces. The harvest was too great. Uncle Ming wasn't stingy and shared the deity palace's secret arts with others. The others also took out the scriptures they had found and put them together for everyone. They even pieced together a part of the deity race's breathing technique. Unfortunately, they only reached the golden body level and didn't have anything above the saint level. This was the foundation of the deity race's religion and their greatest secret. The ultimate breathing technique was in the ancestral city. But this was enough. They found many other saint-level martial arts from the stone walls and cave residences in the famous mountains and great rivers. After so many years, the deity race had destroyed too many races. They couldn't cultivate all kinds of secret arts. Some of the animal skin books on display in the cave residences were already buried in dust. I'm content. The harvest is too great. I want you to look for resources for thousands of years. It's enough for my cultivation. Not bad. The deity race's breathing technique has never been spread outside. Now, we've actually obtained a part of it. Although it's not suitable for us, it's a priceless scripture for our descendants. It can be called a peerless heavenly book and can build the strongest foundation. Let's go and support our brothers from the Shilin and Spirit race. After that, the group of people all ran away. They stepped into the deity race's large-scale domain that could open up wormholes and disappeared together. Behind them, there were ruins and flowing blood. It wasn't just the number 1 city that had been destroyed. Other important cities had also been destroyed. In the end, Uncle Ming was too soft-hearted and didn't slaughter those ordinary people. However, he didn't show mercy to the deity race's evolvers who dared to resist, especially the direct descendants. He swept through them one after another. Unfortunately, more than half of the deity race's direct descendants had rushed into the ancestral city and escaped the calamity. Before leaving, Uncle Ming shouted, "Deity race, the rest of you struggle at death's door. Leave this place for our descendants. In the future, come here to hunt when you have nothing to do. From now on, this place will be our descendants' hunting ground." At this moment, in the ancestral city, the deity race's survivors were ashen. They were mad with hatred, and their lungs were about to explode. They couldn't swallow this anger. For so many years, they had always been the ones hunting the other races. Could it be that everything was going to be rewritten from now on? Boom! The Shilling planet was a powerful vital star with order runes suppressing it. Here, it was difficult for people of lower realms to fly. Today, it was very terrifying. The battle shook the heavens, and the race was beaten back step by step. Blood flowed like rivers because there were 2 or 3 top-notch saints leading them. When Uncle Ming and the others arrived, the battle here was about to end. At the last moment, the number 9 under the starry skies had escaped. He was very sensitive and knew that the battle on Earth had ended. He was afraid that the Sage Master would come to settle accounts with him. His escape meant that the battle here had come to an end. In truth, the saints of the Shilin clan had all led a large number of direct descendants to escape and abandon this place. We've already opened up a second homeland. We've long since made preparations. Don't be afraid. An old saint of the Shilin clan spoke coldly, telling the direct descendants on a saint-grade ship not to panic. On this day, the Shilin clan abandoned this planet and fled. The saints who attacked here had gained a lot, but it couldn't compare to the group who attacked the deity race's mother planet. The Shilin planet was bleeding. All the famed mountains, great rivers, and the heavenly grottos within the giant city had been looted clean. Not a single medicinal herb was left. Everyone attacked the spirit race. Uncle Ming called. The group immediately turned to attack the spirit race. They didn't show any mercy here, but in the end, everyone retreated in fright. That was because the spirit race had retreated to their ancestral city to offer sacrifices and summon the ancient ancestor. Although the spirit ancestor was dead, the race still had a heaven illuminator who was still alive. That was the terrifying existence who had wielded the divine blood banner back then. Back then, the 10 greats were apprehensive of him. They joined hands to seize his weapon and forcefully dismantled it, injuring him severely and almost destroying his soul. All these years, he had been in a state of suspended animation. Outsiders didn't know which ancient land in the universe he was hibernating in. He didn't dare stay in a race for fear of being targeted by the 10 greats. Their sacrificial rites weren't concealed. Even outsiders could hear them clearly and knew what they wanted to do. Who wouldn't be worried? Who wouldn't be afraid? In any case, they had already looted this place and moved everything that could be moved away. Everyone decisively retreated and didn't attack their ancestral city. The same was true for the machine race. They actually had an old ancestor called the primitive Vajra, but he had decayed. His body had been divided into 5 parts and was buried in the universe's 5 mysterious gold mines, waiting to be reborn. On this day, the machine race encountered a destructive attack. They frantically summoned the primitive Vajra and wanted him to return. How come each of these races is more extraordinary than the other? They actually all have this kind of trump card. After the group of saints finished looting, they decisively fled. They had already felt that something was wrong. After they left, a broken metal hand flew over and slapped the void. Unfortunately, its primordial spirit hadn't returned. Only one hand was pressing down. Everyone, there's still one place we haven't gone to, and that's the Netherworld race. Unfortunately, their old ancestor is still alive, but I think there's still a chance. The Netherworld race's old ancestor is on Earth. Take advantage of the time difference and do something big. Earlier, they hadn't attacked the Netherworld race because they were worried about their old ancestor. Now, they wanted to take a risk. Don't be afraid. The Sage Master is here with the demonic ancestor's cauldron. Let's go. Along the way, Uncle Ming revealed a joyous expression. He had contacted the Sage Master and learned of the latest situation. Kill. In the end, several groups of people gathered together and descended on a planet shrouded in black mist. They began a massacre, and now they were much stronger than the single allied army from before. That was because these groups of people together were enough. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split. Even though some of the Netherworld race's ancient cities were extremely sturdy, they were blasted apart immediately. This battle was very intense at first, but later on, there was no more suspense. Everyone attacked in a frenzy, and the corpses of the Netherworld race's experts were strewn across the ground. There were countless casualties. How dare you? The Netherworld race's old ancestor had returned. He had suffered a great loss on Earth, and his mount, the bone dragon, had died. He hadn't expected to discover an abnormality from afar as soon as he rushed back to his own star domain. Boom! However, what awaited him was a large cauldron. It directly smashed out of the void and almost smashed the Netherworld race's old ancestor into pieces. One of his arms exploded on the spot. Buzz. Next, the stars lined up and formed a domain, blocking his path forward. Ichun, you dare to intercept me? The Netherworld race's old monster was both shocked and furious. He felt that he had gone too far. He had suffered a great loss outside of Earth, and now he was being chased here. Everyone come quickly. Let's destroy the remnants of this Earth together. He roared and transmitted his voice, wanting to gather help. Kill. On the Netherworld race's mother planet, blood flowed like a river, and battle cries shook the heavens. It was incomparably bitter. Then, everyone looted wantonly and almost emptied the place. Not long after, the Sage Master warned them to leave immediately because he was worried that other heaven illuminators would rush over. If they were blocked, everyone would be in danger. Old brothers, let's go. Welcome to Earth as a guest, shouted Uncle Ming. The group of people ran away, each faster than the other. The Netherworld race was emptied. The Netherworld race's old ancestor screamed in outer space. He was trapped here and couldn't move. At the same time, his life was in danger. However, the Sage Master sensed danger. The nearest heaven illuminator was about to arrive. He was a bit regretful that he couldn't kill the Netherworld race's old ancestor. He could only stay here and block the two people. Otherwise, many of the saints who participated in the operation today would die. On this day, Uncle Ming and the others retreated in victory. On Earth, Uncle Ming was smiling and his mouth hadn't closed. At this moment, he had been waiting for the press conference outside of the starry sky. Unfortunately, the interstellar network of the deity race, spirit race, and machine race had been cut off. At present, the outside world actually didn't know and hadn't spread. Uncle Ming, what are you going to say in a while? Asked Chu Feng. Uncle Ming expressed that he would take responsibility for the events this time. Chu Feng was speechless. This was simply becoming Earth's unique style. Chapter 749. Ichun, after the battle on Earth came to an end, all of us reached a tacit understanding to stop fighting. Yet, you still dare to come and kill me. Are you challenging all of us? Heaven Illuminators are protecting the order of the universe one after another. Do you want to become enemies with all of us? The Netherworld race's old ancestors' roar shook the starry skies. All the top-notch characters were alarmed. His aura was too terrifying. Some of the saints passing by were shaken by the energy aura until their blood surged, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This was the result even from an extremely far distance. It could be predicted that even saints would explode if they were near him. What's going on? Has this old monster gone mad? Many people were shocked. They still didn't know about the Netherworld race's massacre. Boom! The huge cauldron soared through the sky, and the stars exploded. The Netherworld race's old ancestor was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was in an extremely sorry state. The battle in the starry skies was still ongoing, but it was about to come to an end. The Sage Master intercepted the Netherworld race's old ancestor and successfully obstructed him. He couldn't return to his clan and could only watch helplessly as the mother planet was massacred. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of another heaven illuminator, the Netherworld race's old ancestor would have been in danger and might have been killed here. Ichun, you're challenging the order of the universe set by all the races. Do you want to make the entire Earth your enemy? The Netherworld race's old ancestor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He clearly saw that the mother planet was in a mess. There were bloodstains everywhere, and countless of his clansmen were dead or injured. All the huge cities and famed mountains had been looted cleanly, and the invaders had already successfully retreated. This was a great humiliation to him, and an incomparable darkness to his clan. The Sage Master snorted and said, "Killing you is challenging the order of the universe? Who can you represent? Are you the order of the universe? Can you represent all the races under the starry skies? Furthermore, only you're allowed to go to Earth to strut around and kill us, but I'm not allowed to attack? You must remember that this will become the norm in the future. I'll come and kill you whenever I have nothing to do. The Netherworld race's old ancestor roared. Chun, you're making the entire universe your enemy. You're restarting the war. Do you want to break the balance? If that's the case, I don't mind hunting down all life on Earth and blowing them up. Sacred Sovereign Chun shouted. Are you threatening me? From today onwards, I'll fight you to the death. I'll see who kills who. You want to protect this planet, right? Then I'll cripple it immediately. With a rumble, he directly summoned a planet. The stars were like dumplings falling into a pot, crashing towards the Netherworld race's mother planet. The Netherworld race's old ancestors' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was completely anxious and struggled with all his might. In the end, he suffered another blow from the star-studded whip from the Sage Master within the domain and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, planets were rotating one after another, flying toward the mother planet of the Netherworld race. This was even more dazzling than a meteor shower. It looked exceptionally majestic and terrifying. At this moment, a large hand reached out from the void. Other heaven illuminators had rushed over to stop the terrifying disaster that was the Netherworld race's mother planet from bombarding it. Of course, if this giant hand hadn't appeared, the Netherworld race's mother planet would have been able to stop most of them by relying on the Order runes intertwined on it. They wouldn't have been completely annihilated. But even so, the Netherworld race's old ancestor was quite frightened. The Sage Master said in a cold voice, "Remember, I hate being threatened. If you dare to personally kill my clan's disciples, I'll immediately destroy the hundreds of planets controlled by your Netherworld race. Not a single one will be left. You're going too far." The Netherworld race's old ancestor roared furiously. The Sage Master rebuked. Going too far? I think it's because you guys have gotten used to being overbearing. In the battle back then, you guys bathed ancient Earth in blood. This debt has yet to be settled. Now, you think that only you guys can attack others. Once others kill their way here, you feel humiliated. What a shameless logic. Boom. He brandished the star-studded whip and struck towards the Netherworld race's mother planet once again. In a split second, the 6 moons outside the planet where the Netherworld race resided all exploded, turning into brilliant flames in the outer realm. At the same time, when the star-studded whip fell, the Netherworld race's mother planet also suffered attacks. Mountains and rivers exploded, huge cities collapsed, and some powerful cave dwellings collapsed. There were even a large number of evolvers who died tragically. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before turning into a bloody mist. Stop right now. The Netherworld race's old ancestor roared. His eyes were red from anxiety. Boom! The Sage Master didn't stop and continued brandishing the star-studded whip. Even though the Netherworld race's mother planet found people to set up endless domains, and even the planet's will was resisting, it still suffered heavy damage at the first moment. In just a moment, the mountains and rivers on the Netherworld planet collapsed, and the cities disintegrated. The losses were too disastrous. Stop, Chun. Everything can be discussed. Stop right now. The Netherworld race's old ancestor roared. At this moment, a total of 3 heaven illuminators rushed over. If they really made a move, it would be a threat to the Sage Master. Fortunately, he had the demon ancestor's cauldron in his hands. Daoist Chun, you can stop now, someone said. In the end, the battle here subsided. The Sage Master understood that it was unrealistic for the current Earth to resist the alliance of the many powerful races in the universe. He sighed softly. In the ancient war back then, the allies of Earth were all killed. Many stunning characters and their races could no longer be seen again. Otherwise, some of them would definitely have become heaven illuminators. He dragged his broken body to come back to life. In the end, he was still a heaven illuminator, let alone a few people who originally had hope. If it wasn't for the ancient war, it was truly unimaginable how strong the side belonging to Earth would be now. Now, Earth wasn't ready yet. They couldn't make the whole world their enemy, so this war could only stop. The Netherworld race's old ancestor roared and rushed into the distant planet. He saw blood everywhere. It was too tragic. At least half of the evolved cities and the cave residences of experts had been destroyed on this planet. The population had decreased sharply, and the losses were disastrous. He estimated that the Netherworld race's overall strength had decreased by at least 60%. Ichunyu, the Netherworld race's old ancestor, was furious. He wanted to say some threatening words, but in the end, he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Only the ominous glint in his eyes flourished. He swore that he would definitely go to that land of bones and think of a way to awaken that distant ancestor who had been asleep for countless years. He had to bring that person back to life, and he was merely an emissary guarding that land of bones. Now, he had already become an old ancestor. Ichun, Dao friend, I think we should talk about the order of the universe. It's not good to start wars too frequently now. You should know that the dilapidated universe in the primal chaos isn't very peaceful. It's nurturing great fortunes, but at the same time, there's also a great crisis. When the time comes, it will have a profound impact on us here. We can't be chaotic now. I'm not interested in listening. The Sage Master turned around and disappeared in an instant. His expression was cold. What order of the universe? It was just the rules and regulations set down by those with vested interests. The order before the ancient war on Earth wasn't like this. Dao friend Ichun, are you rejecting our good intentions? Are you unwilling to let your mother planet integrate into this universe's system? Someone said coldly. The Netherworld race's old ancestor sneered and said, fellow Dao friends, you've seen it. They want to challenge and trample on the inherent rules of the universe. There's nothing more to say. We should join hands to suppress and kill them. If you're dissatisfied, you can come to Earth. I'll wait for you. If you want to fight, then fight. The Sage Master turned around with a cold smile and said, but let me remind you that once the war starts, be prepared to attack at all costs. We have nothing left anyway. Which one of you doesn't control hundreds of vital planets and countless resource planets? If you want to start a war, then come. The Sage Master swaggered off, only leaving behind a silhouette of his back. He left a message saying that if they were dissatisfied, they could fight and that he would wait for them on Earth. In the starry sky, every race was shocked. The Sage Master was alone, yet he dared to block the Netherworld race's old ancestor. Moreover, it hadn't been long since the war outside Earth ended. For a moment, every part of the universe was shocked. Everyone realized that Earth had really risen. They were actually so proactive now that they dared to find trouble with the powerful race that was ranked 11th in the universe and wanted to kill their old ancestor. The more they thought about it, the more moved they became. Many old antiques sucked in a breath of cold air. However, they could only sigh. 4 heaven illuminators had appeared on a planet, and each one was more powerful than the last. These people were all masters who could fight many. They had killed their way to victory. This kind of lineup was definitely the standard of the top 10. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be in awe? At this moment, people still didn't know that Uncle Ming and the others had massacred the mother planets of the deity race, the spirit race, and the machine race. Only the news of the Netherworld race suffering an unexpected calamity had spread, but people mistakenly thought that it was the result of the Sage Master's actions. I dare say that if there were a few powerful saints on Earth, they would definitely be able to attack their former enemies. In addition to Yao Yao's resurrection and the rising Demon King Chu of the younger generation, this is a terrifying power that the top 10 have to be vigilant against. Unfortunately, they're broken and lack the corresponding saint-level power. Otherwise, the deity race, the spirit race, and the Shilin clan would all be in danger. The group of old saints laughed, but didn't say anything when they heard this kind of discussion in the universe. That was because many people had accepted Uncle Ming's invitation to temporarily come to Earth as guests. Of course, The main reason was to avoid the limelight. After all, the big case they had committed was too shocking. Yao Yao, quickly take the immortal medicine. I hope it's effective. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon. It's fine if I can reduce my lifespan as long as I can resurrect you. Uncle Ming's eyes were filled with tears. He was Yao Yao's first teacher and had watched her grow up. They were as close as father and daughter. If Yao Yao had grown up from ancient times until today, she would have long illuminated the heavens and become an invincible existence. Back then, she was just that stunning and was known as the #1 under the starry skies. She was publicly acknowledged by the whole world, and no one was unconvinced. Those who were unconvinced were all suppressed with a raise of her hand. What a pity. Every time Uncle Ming thought about it, he would wring his hands and sigh. He wanted to cry. The medicinal herbs needed for Yao Yao's resurrection were too astonishing. Ordinary divine medicines were simply ineffective. Only a combination of the myriad star grass, the 9 orifices tribulation flower, and a few other things that had only appeared in legends since ancient times could do it. At this moment, everyone was very nervous. They didn't know what medicinal herbs Yao Yao's grandfather had requested from the woman in the abyss of Kunlun were, and whether they could resurrect her. And the myriad star grass, said Chu Feng. He treated the myriad star physique as a great medicine. He had extracted all the blood medicine's essence in preparation for Yao Yao. At this moment, the originally restless starry skies, which were full of discussions, suddenly erupted. This was because someone had discovered that something was wrong with the deity race. When a race's allies went to visit, they were shocked to find that the mountains and rivers on the deity planet were dyed in blood. The #1 giant city was in ruins, and the race's direct descendants had suffered countless casualties. The gates of the ancestral city were tightly shut. Oh God, the sky has been pierced. The deity race has been massacred. This is the most serious incident that has shaken the starry skies. Who did this? The people who went to visit their friends were overly frightened. They immediately turned around and ran, not daring to wade into the muddy waters. After the news spread, the galaxy boiled over. Countless people were shocked. They went there to find out what was going on. Not long after, the spirit race, the machine race, and the Shilin clan also spread shocking news. The mother planets of these races had been conquered. It was a tragic sight, and the rivers and mountains were dyed in blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who did this? It was too shocking. These races were all famous and powerful races in the cosmos. Their positions had never been shaken for so many years, but in the end, they had all suffered a great calamity in one day. People suspected that it was the top 10 who had taken action. The vast starry skies were in an uproar. The most serious cosmic earthquake had occurred. At this moment, some of the top 10 races in the cosmos were stunned. This was because someone was carrying their race's sect-guarding weapon and was about to set off. They had their eyes on a few big pieces of meat, but in the end, someone had taken action in advance. This won't do. Even if someone has taken action, we still have to attack. We should still be able to get a share. At the very least, we have to try and seize the deity race's breathing technique. Someone was carrying an ultimate weapon that could be ranked among the top in the cosmos. He was about to attack the deity race's mother planet. A race of this level naturally belonged to the strongest. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just one race that was moved. There were others who couldn't bear it any longer and were ready to attack. On this day, the cosmos was in chaos. There was no peace. People still didn't know that all of this was caused by the evolvers on Earth. Who did it? Logically speaking, Earth is the most suspicious. After all, they have a feud with those races. It's a mortal enmity. But if Earth's 4 great heaven illuminators don't come out, they shouldn't have that kind of strength. It's definitely not an evolver from Earth. I'm guessing there's more to it. But won't we know after we investigate and ask the survivors from the deity race, spirit race, and Shilin clan? Chapter 750. In the starry skies, everyone was guessing and discussing who had done such a shocking thing. The first thing people suspected was the 10 Greats. Only they had this kind of strength, and they also had this kind of motivation. This kind of speed was too fast, and they dispatched their troops decisively. The faces of the people in charge of the 10 Greats darkened. Although they wanted to take action, and some people were already on their way, they really hadn't done it before. This was too unjust. In order not to be wrongly accused, we must speed up and quickly conquer the deity race's ancestral city. Otherwise, we'll let down this dirty water. Someone from the 10 Greats said, "Quick, open the super wormhole and go straight to the deity planet. We must seize the deity breathing technique." The 10 Greats were taking action and striking like thunder. At their level, they were everlasting and towered above all races. Naturally, they reeked of blood. Among them were wandering cultivators and experts from other races. They all wanted a share of the good soup. For example, Enshung had suffered a setback on Earth and was frightened away by the spider lilies. Now he had run to the vicinity of the deity planet and said to himself, "The meaning of life lies in discovery and research. For this reason, I came to this planet to explore and research the deity breathing technique. As for poetry and distance, they can go to hell." For a moment, a storm was brewing. The deity race once again became a place of trouble. A group of experts had gathered. Boom. Some people want to find the truth and confirm who did it. In the end, they hadn't even gotten close when they heard a huge explosion. There was the rumble of an ultimate weapon blasting the deity race's ancestral city. In addition, there were heaven illuminators roaming about unhindered on the deity planet. For a moment, the outside world was shocked and terrified. Who did it? The 10 Greats haven't finished looting yet, but they're doing it again? No, the 10 Greats must have come first and then later. Someone just left, and now someone else is coming. They're attacking in batches. Some people were guessing. Uncle Ming stood in front of the camera. He first coughed, then tidied up his appearance and prepared to speak. He had a solemn expression on his face. However, at this time, an explosive piece of news came from the starry skies. Someone was broadcasting live. It was a man wearing a demon mask. He was holding a press conference on the platform under the banner of the Black Blood Arena. It was grand and powerful, attracting the attention of countless people. "I hereby announce that the Fallen Angel Organization is responsible for this matter. I solemnly inform everyone that the deity race, Shilling clan, spirit race, netherworld race, and machine race were all massacred by us to teach them a lesson for their ignorance and arrogance." What? Oh my. On Earth, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. As for Uncle Ming, he had already cleared his throat and was posing for the camera. He was just about to make a shocking statement, but someone had intercepted him. Motherf asterisk her. Uncle Ming was confused. Where did this fallen angel organization come from? How could they be responsible for this incident? Uncle Ming wanted to curse. He had never seen such a person. How dare he falsely claim such a terrifying purge? How dare he take the initiative to fight for it? He was stunned for a moment, and then he really wanted to roar. Which one? Come out. In the starry sky, a group of people were stunned. There really was someone who stood out to admit it. This truly made their jaws drop to the ground. Many people were speechless. Who are they? Many people asked each other, but none of them understood this organization. They had never heard of it. However, when the older generation figures were alarmed, they all gasped, greatly shaken. It was because they knew that they had heard of this before when they were young. This was an ancient assassin organization that was equally as famous as the Sky Piercer. However, they failed to compete with the Sky Piercer and declined in the end, almost being destroyed. I never thought that they would come into being again. A saint who had survived since ancient times spoke. The Fallen Angel Organization actually had such a great background. Uncle Ming was unhappy. This kind of thing was faked. It really made him speechless. In reality, the universe's black market and the group of old saints who had escaped from the universe's black prison were also speechless. They had never seen such a person. Not long after, someone revealed that this couldn't have been done by the Fallen Angel Organization. This was because someone pointed out that this organization was proficient in assassination techniques. In a true frontal confrontation and large-scale battle, they simply weren't this strong. Moreover, if they had the power to massacre the deity race, they wouldn't have lost to the Sky Piercer in ancient times. Moreover, there was the Netherworld race, which was second only to the deity race, as well as the Shilling clan, the spirit race, and the machine race. These powerful races weren't something that the fallen angel's side could shake. Then, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was speechless. This kind of flaw couldn't be more obvious. This fallen angel organization was truly unconventional. Although this kind of battle record was terrifying, it wasn't a good thing. They had to rush to falsely claim it, which made people roll their eyes. However, people quickly understood that the fallen angel organization wanted to expand their influence. They wanted to resume their old business and take on assassination missions. They needed to make a name for themselves. In the end, a group of people denounced them as fake and unanimously believed that they weren't the ones who did it. Then, a lot of evidence was presented. Very soon, the victims' families appeared. Some people went to the spirit race and the machine race to find out the truth and uncover it. Some of the victims were invited in front of the camera. The first thing they did was curse and roar. Their eyes were scarlet and they had all gone crazy. At this time, Uncle Ming finally appeared. Before he was exposed, he immediately held a press conference and used the Origin Beast platform to announce it to the entire universe. The current Earth was naturally the center of attention. Even the slightest movement would be interpreted excessively by the outside world and needed to be treated seriously. That was because there were 4 heaven illuminators here who had just obtained a great victory that shocked the starry seas. Now, they were already close to the 10 greats. Who wouldn't care? For a moment, no one paid attention to the victims' live broadcast. The most important thing was that these victims were possessed. Their eyes were scarlet red like blood, and their mouths were full of curses. At this time, Uncle Ming bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. He spoke in a sorrowful tone and said, "We express our condolences to the victims and express our deep sympathy and regret for this incident. This sorrowful day deserves to be remembered by everyone. I propose that today be a memorial day. From now on, we must remember those victims every year." In the universe, people from all races were thrown into disorder. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't understand. The deity race, spirit race, and Shilling clan were all mortal enemies of Earth. Yet he was here mourning and wanted to establish today as a memorial day. Was he trying to cause trouble? Uncle Ming continued and said, "At the same time, I want to warn the Tao friends of the heavenly god race and other races to behave themselves. Don't be too arrogant, or else there will be more tragedies. Take this as a warning. Finally, we express our responsibility for this incident." After that, he stepped off the stage and ended the press conference in a short and low-key manner. The starry sky was instantly silent. Everyone was flabbergasted and dumbfounded. Everyone was petrified. What kind of mourning and memorial conference was this? This was a celebration and provocation. After that, it was as if the starry sky had exploded. Every race was in an uproar. The Evolvers were boiling, and the Origin Beast platform and Black Blood platform were in chaos. Every race was quite shocked. They simply couldn't believe it. How could the declined Earth be so heaven-defying? They could actually massacre the deity race, spirit race, and Shilling clan. If this was true, their rankings would definitely soar. Even the primal chaos demon, God, couldn't stop them from charging into the top 10. This was a heaven-defying accomplishment. The victim's family has spoken. He's weeping blood and cursing, saying that Chong Ming led people to do this. He said he wanted to pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, and squeeze out his bone marrow. He wasn't finished with him. Finally, it was confirmed from the victim's family that it was indeed Uncle Ming who led people to do this. This shook the starry sky of the universe. "Chong Ming, I want to fight you to the death. If you have the guts, come to the starry sky and fight to the death. I'll beat you up." A top-notch saint from the spirit race had disheveled hair and half his body was covered in blood. There was a bloody hole between his brows. Clearly, he had narrowly escaped death and hated Uncle Ming. Now that things had come to this, everyone knew that there was no running away. It was guaranteed that Uncle Ming had led people to do this. They had obtained confirmation. Many evolvers felt a chill run down their spines. How much power did the Earth have? According to the victim's family, this was done by a group of old saints. A considerable number of them wore devil masks and didn't reveal their true faces. Only a small portion of them showed their true faces. Most of them were once prisoners of the universe and had just escaped from the universe's black prison. At this time, not only was the universe shaken, but some people on Earth were so shaken that their souls almost left their bodies. For instance, the evolvers from Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. Today, all of them felt their scalps go numb. One incident after another had scared them out of their wits, and they were about to lose their souls. Doubtlessly, the shadow in their hearts was boundless. They felt that the end of the world had arrived, and all their hopes had turned to dust. They didn't know when Demon King Chu would come knocking on their doors, and who knew what kind of end would befall them. On Earth, Chu Feng arrived in front of the camera and followed in Uncle Ming's footsteps. He once again proposed to establish today as the day of suffering so that all races could remember it and learn from it. In the outer realms, the relevant races' lungs were about to explode and their livers were about to shatter. They simply couldn't stand it. To them, this was a day of humiliation. Obviously, whether it was Uncle Ming or Chu Feng, they were all undisguised mockery and rubbing salt on their wounds. Everyone, I hereby call upon all experts from all over the heavens to unite and suppress Earth. They have no bottom line and want to challenge the order of the universe. Since the ancient war, the order of the world has been set and cannot be challenged. At this time, an old monster jumped out from the starry skies. He was definitely standing on the side of those who had suffered. The old monster from the Netherworld race immediately responded and solemnly expressed that the current structure of the universe had been set. No one could challenge the fixed order, and everyone had to obey it. If Earth wanted to rise, it had to be carried out within the fixed framework. Go to hell. Moo. The big black yak looked at the camera and directly responded. Now, the camera on Earth was broadcasting live to the entire universe. It was the focus of the world and could completely challenge the entire starry skies by standing here. Because Earth was strong enough now, all parties were paying close attention to it. Chu Feng was very disdainful towards this and said, "If you're not satisfied, then fight. Come to Earth, and I'll be waiting for you." Now, there were 4 great heaven illuminators here. As long as they weren't stupid, no one was willing to be the vanguard. No one dared to act recklessly. After all, there was still purgatory on Earth, and no one could truly destroy this place. Today, I'm in the mood for poetry. I'm prepared to sing and welcome everyone to Earth. Ouyang the Toad opened his mouth and began to sing. Earth welcomes you, splitting open the heavens and Earth for you. The flowing charm is full of vitality. Motherf asterisk her. In the starry skies, a group of people exploded. They really wanted to attack Earth. This was too infuriating. This was a challenge to the entire universe. He was even singing that everyone was welcome to challenge Earth. But after thinking about it carefully, who would dare? Now, there were 4 powerhouses on Earth and a group of old saints who had returned with Uncle Ming. This kind of strength was simply bursting. In addition, there was Yao Yao who dared to eliminate everyone in the same generation as her. In addition, there was the newly risen Demon King Chu. The situation was simply great, and the potential for development was boundless. At this moment, in front of Mount Zhijin, the Sage Master was personally grinding that rotten root. Although it was an immortal medicine, it looked moldy, and no one could tell if it had any medicinal effects. This is a supreme, precious medicine. This kind of thing can be used on obsessions and souls. It's a divine item that can't be enjoyed by the corporeal body. It's extremely heaven-defying. The Sage Master made such an evaluation and immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. Yao Yao was very decisive. She poured that kind of powder directly in her mouth. At the same time, The rating agencies under the Wormhole Express Company and the Black Blood Arena announced to the public that they were carrying out the most rigorous evaluation. They were about to publish a report to determine the ultimate rankings of Earth's races, the deity race, and the netherworld race. The whole world was shocked, and every race was shaken. People realized that the true major power structure was about to be reshuffled. Who would have thought that Earth would rise so quickly? Chongming roped in a group of saints to Earth and passed the Sage Master's test. Suitable people could live there for a long time. From now on, this planet is destined to prosper. Some people were sighing. They clearly realized that no one could stop this planet from rising. It was going to prosper and prosper in this world. June Tua eggs from the outer realms. Whoever isn't convinced, come and fight me at the peak of Mount Kunlun's heavenly vine. We'll fight at the same level. This old yak will fight 10 of you alone. Challenged the big black yak. Now that he had the innocuous ox demonic physique, his fighting spirit was high. After Earth had recovered and he had the confidence to face the universe's powerful races, he also wanted to challenge all kinds of opponents. Uncle Ouyang, I'll fight 100 of you alone. Yes, I'm talking about the netherworld race, the spirit race, and the deity race. If you have the guts, come over and I'll beat all of you into June Tua eggs. This kind of declaration made the group of opponents gnash their teeth in anger. Chapter 751. Quite a few people wanted to laugh after hearing of June Tuo's complaint. This quasi-divine beast actually caused a disturbance in the Celebrity Protection Association and strongly requested that the scoundrel be punished and his reputation restored. Ancient Saint June Tuo, please calm your anger. I don't think this can be considered a bad thing. On the contrary, it will make you more and more famous. Your name will shake the sea of stars. Someone try to smooth things over. Otherwise, they would really go to Earth to hunt villains. Who would dare? What kind of place was Earth now? Even the strongest heaven illuminators wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Do you know how to speak human language? What are you saying? Do you want to anger this old man to death? June Tuo slammed the table. Primal chaos surged all over his body as his saliva sprayed all over that person's face. Fortunately, the vice president of the Celebrity Protection Association, Gu Sanming, was also a sage. Otherwise, his body would have been crushed by the powerful impact, and he would have died. Fellow Taoist June Tuo, you have to think of the good side. You can't be too pessimistic. Think about it. Even though you're not in Jianghu, your name has always been circulating in Jianghu. Do you know what this is? Fame, popularity, wealth. What is most valuable now? That's all you have. Didn't you see those universe singers and beautiful celebrities? From time to time, they would walk around and create all sorts of hot topics. What were they after? Attracting attention, and gaining popularity. With this, they would be able to prosper for a long time, and they would have fame and wealth. So, Dao brother, don't be resentful. Look at it from another angle. This world is so beautiful. After June Tuo heard this, he was greatly angered and almost vomited blood. He was the one who felt wronged and came here to complain, but in the end, he was forced to drink half a bowl of spicy chicken soup for the soul. His chest was heaving up and down, and he was panting heavily. He stared at Gu Sanming, and he really wanted to give him the good beating. In the end, ancient sage June Tuo left in a huff. He couldn't stay in this place. Everyone was trying to smooth things over, and there was no one to do things. He was so angry that he wanted to blast away the bronze plaque outside the Celebrity Protection Association's main hall. Lord June Tuo. Someone came up to greet June Tuo not far after he had just walked out of the Great Hall, where the Celebrity Protection Association was located. The person was very cordial and invited June Tuo to one side. He actually wanted to discuss business with him. What do you mean? June Tuo was very vigilant. Our Kai Yuan Weapons Pavilion wants to cooperate with you. We want to use your name to produce a June Tuo brand ancient shield. What do you think? Hey, don't hit people. Even if we can't make a deal, we'll still be benevolent and righteous. We've prepared a set of Saint-grade shield for you as repayment. Ah, murder. Save me. Jun Tuo is murdering people. Saint Jun Tuo's countenance was ashen as he chased after that quasi-sage across half a planet. In the end, he gave up because he was afraid of the other party's background. What was going on? He was burning with rage. Fellow Taoist, have you seen it? With popularity comes wealth. Even though you're no longer in the Jianghu, your name is still circulating in the Jianghu. From a different perspective, this world is so beautiful. Vice President Gu Sanming of the Celebrity Protection Association sent Jun Tuo off. As he watched Jun Tuo walk into the wormhole, he emphasized this once again and waved at him. Jun Tuo was so angry that he almost charged back to fight him to the death. Countless people in the starry sky didn't know whether to laugh or cry after this video was recorded and uploaded. There were those who observed a moment of silence for ancient Saint Jun Tuo, and there were also those who were envious. At this moment, an astonishing piece of news was spreading. The deity race's ancestral city was under attack. An ultimate weapon had crashed into it, causing the city walls to crack and be on the verge of exploding. At this moment, it was needless to say that people from the 10 greats were making a move to snatch the deity breathing technique. One had to admit that the race's ancestral city was too sturdy. It could resist the attacks of heaven illuminators and had consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to condense into an immortal city. On this day, the deity race suffered the attacks of at least 4 powerful races in succession. One section of the city walls finally collapsed. Does the heavens want to destroy our deity race? An elder from the race cried out in anger. He gazed at the sky and was in complete despair. Presently, the ancestral city was starting to crack. There was only one complete protective light screen left. It was formed from energy runes and was protecting the central region of the ancestral city. This place was a place of ancestral worship. Now, everyone had retreated here, but they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This place would definitely be blasted apart. Rumble. The gates of the ancestral city were blasted open. The walls made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of the ultimate weapons and disintegrated continuously. At this moment, for powerful races, each wore masks of malicious spirits, demons, and angels. They charged in and each occupied a region. Hand over the deity breathing technique. A man with a low and muffled voice shouted for the deity race to submit. Ancestor, deities of the primal chaotic deity palace, do you know what happened here? Quickly come and save your descendants. A group of elders with disheveled hair and covered in blood stared at the sky with incomparable grief and indignation. You bunch of executioners, someone shouted as he glared at the invaders. A man wearing an angel mask sneered and said, "Back then, when your deity race attacked the ancient earth and slaughtered hundreds of other races, wasn't it the same? Can't you just change positions?" Boom! He attacked and smashed forward with a fist. The light screen surged and was about to explode. Buzz! In the cosmos, a resplendent silver divine steel rushed over and turned into a shocking rainbow. It was too fast and seemed to have appeared in fragments of time. In the end, it entered this planet and landed in the ancestral city. With a loud sound, the silver divine steel landed here and suppressed the area. At the same time, a decree appeared on the silver divine steel and floated up. It was written in the most ancient language of the universe. It was concise and comprehensive, and its meaning was very clear and simple. Upon seeing this decree, no one was allowed to destroy the deity race or attack this place. Otherwise, the deity palace and the primal chaos would dispatch troops to exterminate the race of the attacker and bathe their home planet in blood. It didn't say much, but the general idea was very powerful. It warned every race that those who dared to destroy the deity race's ancestral city would pay the price in blood and be exterminated. Ancestor, supreme deity, you've finally shown your spirit. Your useless descendants kneel here to welcome the decree. Everyone from the deity race saw this scene in despair. Many people cheered, and some old men cried tears of joy as they led their clansmen to kowtow. Ancestor, why don't you personally descend? Today, many people are offending the dignity of the deity race and want to destroy this place. You should just raise your hand and kill them. An old man from the deity race cried and knelt here. He wanted nothing more than to ask the deity of the deity palace to descend immediately and sweep away all the opponents in this part of the starry sky. Not far away, the experts of the races who had broken through the ancestral city all revealed serious expressions. Facing the deity palace in the primal chaos, they were indeed afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. However, after hearing the old man's words, someone immediately sneered and said, "Do you think only your race has the deity palace behind them? Haven't you heard of the Amitabha Temple, the primal chaos divine demon palace, the banished immortal cave, and other supreme pure lands in the primal chaos? If we really fight to the death, it's not certain who will be the one to be exterminated." The implication was that they also had people behind them and were confident. However, in the end, these people still retreated and didn't destroy the deity race. They left behind a mess and a bloody scene. The attack this time led to the death of many people from the deity race. Explosions followed on the city walls and on the city gates, leaving bloodstains everywhere. How hateful! To think that our deity race's name shook the world and the four seas of the universe submitted to us. Who dare to disrespect us? Who would have thought that our race would almost be exterminated today? Humiliation, extraordinary humiliation. A few old monsters from the deity race howled, and their eyes were about to split open. 70% of their saints had died, and not many were left. It was the same for their elite disciples. It was too bitter. In the end, the curtains fell on the great battle, and the universe regained its tranquility. The truth also spread to the outside world and caused everyone to tremble. Even the powerful deity race was almost wiped out and completely exterminated. This caused everyone to feel insecure. The universe was realistic and cruel. Once one fell behind, it was possible that they would become the prey of a powerful race. They would be hunted and destroyed. At this time, the rating agencies under the Wormhole Express Company and the Black Blood Arena gave the final rankings. The rankings of every planet had changed. It was because a certain vital planet's ranking had soared rapidly and pushed down many races. Originally, they were ranked below 100,000 and couldn't even be found. It could even be said that they didn't have a ranking. We solemnly announce that Earth is ranked in the universe's starry sea. The Wormhole Express Company and the Black Blood Arena reached a consensus. They revised and announced the results together. 10th place. Once this ranking came out, every race was shocked even though they were already mentally prepared. This climbing speed was too heaven-defying and had never been seen before in history. It jumped from 100,000 to 10th place in one day and changed several times. First, it was the top 50, then the top 20, and now it was the top 10 in one go. This was universally shocking. The most important thing was that the top 10, which had never changed since ancient times, had changed and been replaced. If it weren't for the fact that Earth only took in a few saints in the end, our ranking might have been even higher, the Black Blood platform added. The Wormhole Express Company reserved their opinion regarding this and didn't express their opinion. The Sage Master was very picky and didn't dare to leave the saints of the universe's black market on Earth. He also only chose a small portion of those who had escaped from the universe's black prison. That was because these people were ruthless stubble. It was fine if the Sage Master was overseeing Earth, but once he left, it would be bad if these people stayed behind and harmed Earth. This kind of people were all unruly and difficult to discipline. Rather than that, it would be better to maintain a certain distance and form a cooperative relationship. What about the deity race? And the netherworld race, spirit race, machine race? What are their rankings? People really wanted to know. There was no longer any suspense regarding Earth. They had long since guessed it and wanted to know how much the originally powerful races had fallen. The Shilling race's ranking is 501st. The Wormhole Express Company announced the Shilin race's ranking. This was a rapid decline. This race directly dropped out of the top 500 and showed signs of great decline. If it weren't for the support of the ninth under the starry skies, Wei Hung, this race's ranking would have been even lower. The machine race is ranked 100th. There was an uproar after the machine race's ranking was announced. Their race's machine Vajra had died in battle, but their ranking hadn't changed much and had even risen a few places. That was because previously, the machine race could only be considered to be in the top 100. Under most circumstances, they were in the top 100 and not in the top 100. Although the machine race suffered heavy losses this time, one thing has been confirmed. Their race's legendary character, the primordial Vajra, is still alive and in this world. He used to be an ancient and extremely powerful existence. As long as he's in this world, it's impossible for the machine race to drop out of the top 100. The rating agency under the Black Blood platform explained. Furthermore, they elaborated further, saying, if it weren't for the primordial Vajra's body being partially decayed, his ranking would be frighteningly high. They had received uncertain news that the primordial Vajra had divided his body into 5 parts and hidden them in the universe's 5 great gold mines, waiting for a new life. If he succeeded, it would be extremely terrifying. The Netherworld race is ranked 49th. The Wormhole Express Company announced the Netherworld race's ranking. This race was indeed powerful. A giant and a bone dragon had died, yet they could still have such a high ranking. Even though the race was massacred, they still have a distant ancestor who revealed his life aura on that day. It's proven that he's still alive, so they still have a terrifying competitive edge. The Spirit race is ranked 54th. This ranking had dropped quite a bit, but it still made people raise their eyebrows. However, no one doubted it. It was confirmed that the existence of the Spirit race who held the Divine Blood Banner back then and wreaked havoc in the starry seas was still alive. He was hiding in an unknown place in the depths of a universe to recuperate. With him around, the race wouldn't decline. The Deity race is ranked 251st. In the end, the Deity race's ranking was also announced. This race simply fell in a straight line from the top 10 to the top 200. The people were in an uproar, but they could understand why. The reason was very simple. In this battle, the Deity race's heaven illuminators were all blown up. Not a single one was left. In addition, the race's ultimate weapon had also flown away and was nowhere to be found. They could still rank so high only because they had the Deity breathing technique. If they were given time, there would still be hope for them to rise. Of course, we didn't take into account the Deity Palace in the Primal Chaos. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying, the Wormhole Express Company added. The universe was clamoring as a new major power structure was formed. The Earth's rise was too swift and violent. No one dared to believe that they would return to the top 10 all of a sudden. According to this development, if they went first, they would still be able to improve, and their ranking would be even higher. The next day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the starry seas, causing countless people from every race to go crazy. Chapter 752. The Palace of the Primal Chaotic War Deity has come into being and appeared in the dilapidated universe. Whoever can charge and will be able to inherit the position of War God and become the new Primal Chaotic War Deity. This news shook the universe. A heaven illuminator had escaped from the primal chaos and chased after such a secret. He had already been crippled, and his injuries were difficult to heal. He was in an extremely miserable state. However, he was in a crazed state. His eyes were scarlet, and he still hadn't broken free from that state. His good friends and several others worked together to suppress him and finally calm him down. He withdrew from his crazed state and regained his tranquility. This powerhouse was horrified and felt a lingering fear. He had almost gone crazy and became a cripple. This was all because an old monk from the Primal Chaos Amitabha Temple had tried to enlighten him and had even shouted out loud. However, he swore that what he said was true. The dilapidated universe was boiling as people from all walks of life, including the primal chaos demonic gods and prehistoric beasts, were all mobilized. They rushed toward the ruins of the palace of the primal chaotic war deity and wanted to charge into that supreme palace. This wasn't the first time many people in this universe had heard of this divine palace. That was because anyone who entered the dilapidated universe had always heard about the legend of that miraculous place since ancient times. Not to mention them, even the banished immortal cave, the primal chaos divine demon palace, the Embark temple, and the deity palace were all searching for it from the primordial era until now. That was because once they took over, it meant that they would immediately transcend above and be almost invincible from then on. Why were those top-notch powers so transcendent in the dilapidated universe? It was because their ancestors had once inherited the divine position left behind by this ancient universe. From then on, this race had a god overseeing it. That was why they could prosper and overlook the other races. They weren't afraid of starting a war with the giant beasts in the primal chaos. They could even fight to the death with a true primal chaos divine demon and wouldn't shrink back because the other party's innate strength was too great. For example, the deity palace and the Embark temple had both inherited the ancient divine position left behind in the dilapidated universe and rose to power. It could be seen from their names that they all had great origins. We must go. If we can seize the divine position of the primal chaos war deity, our universe will also have a god overseeing it from then on. We will undoubtedly become the #1 clan under the starry skies and the #1 orthodoxy. When the news spread, not to mention heaven illuminators, even saints went crazy and wanted to enter the broken universe in the primal chaos. Any powerful evolver would be tempted by this kind of temptation. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. This was a peerless fruit that could truly allow an evolver to transcend. This kind of deity seat could be inherited, and it was said that it was a ball of undying primal chaos light that could fuse with one's body to obtain the deity seat and nourish one's body, allowing one to quickly break through to the paramount realm. Master, are you really going to leave? You're only at the saint realm. You can't compare to those heaven-illuminating old monsters. On a certain planet, a middle-aged man was worried. I have to go. There's great fortune there. No matter who it is, as long as they inherit the position of primal chaos war god, they will be able to immediately transcend and look down on the entire cosmos, able to stand on equal footing with Mituwa Temple and prehistoric giant beasts. The Origin Devil Palace and Exiled Immortal Cave in the primal chaos were all formed like this. The ancestor obtained the position of a deity, and then his status became transcendent, making all sides submit. This kind of matter made every race envious. There was the inheritance of a deity and the power to rival the ultimate orthodoxy of the primal chaos, Mituwa Temple and the primal chaos Godfiend Palace. Who wouldn't be tempted? On this day, half of the heaven illuminators disappeared. They charged toward the desolate borders of the cosmos, and then charged into the ancient world in the primal chaos. All the powerhouses in the world moved upon hearing the news. Even the saints set out on a journey to the outer domain's ancient lands. This kind of inheritance didn't necessarily rely on strength to obtain. Luck played a huge role as well. At this moment, people on Earth were also paying attention to the earth-shattering event in the broken universe. However, the matter that was even more tense was related to Yao Yao's resurrection plan. According to the Sage Master and Uncle Ming, as long as they could truly bring Yao Yao back to life, they were willing to immediately lose one Heaven Illuminator expert on Earth. According to what the two of them said, they had never seen an evolver more brilliant than Yao Yao. She alone could show disdain for all opponents at the same level. As long as she was a Heaven Illuminator, she wasn't afraid of any enemy and could sweep through them all. One could imagine how confident they were in Yao Yao, because this was a battle record. Back then, the 9th under the starry skies, Wei Heng, had defected, and the 3rd under the starry skies, Yao Yao's fiancé, had also left. The younger generation of ancient Earth only relied on Yao Yao to support them, and they defeated the younger generation of every race in the universe. In that era, she was truly stunning. Her exploding battle record shocked the higher-ups of every race. The top 10 of the younger generation had all been beaten by her. Even though some races didn't attack Earth, their number one successors and the peerless geniuses of their race couldn't help but challenge her. For example, the nine orifices heavenly tribulation, innocuous divine physique, superfluous combat physique, divine glass, golden body, winged godhead, and so on. That generation was called the Golden Generation because they were known as the most powerful batch of youths. Later generations simply couldn't compare. It was because all kinds of physiques appeared and there were outstanding people in great numbers. Every race's successor was too strong. There were saints who didn't believe in heresy and entered the spiritual domain at the peak of the heavenly vine to fight with Yao Yao. She killed who knew how many people of the same level as her. It was rather shocking back then, and no one dared to challenge her again. Resurrect. You must restore your true body. Uncle Ming prayed. Chu Feng was also very nervous. He was also looking forward to Yao Yao's reappearance in one piece. Buzz. Yao Yao's obsession, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly shone brightly. In an instant, her body condensed and revealed exuberant vitality. Golden light shone everywhere, and dense spiritual energy filled the air. In the end, she shone like a small sun and illuminated the entire Mount Jijin. The void trembled and buzzed. Chi! Yao Yao's soul shone brightly as she suddenly opened her eyes. Her entire body emitted an aura that made people tremble. It made the hearts of the Black Yak, Old Donkey, and the others palpitate and tremble. Sister, have you resurrected? Ouyang Feng cried out. His mouth was very sweet, and he had a despicable smile on his face. He immediately went to flatter her. A sigh was heard as Yao Yao glowed with astonishing brilliance. At this moment, her body was covered in white clothes. Her beautiful hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and her lips were bright red. The sage master also sighed. He was very regretful. As for Uncle Ming, he almost cried at first, but in the end he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll do it step by step. I'm content with this kind of result. At the very least, Yao Yao can definitely resurrect." Chu Feng understood. Yao Yao's wisp of obsession had undergone nirvana and derived a complete soul. She was now in a spiritual body state. There shouldn't be any problems with her soul. What she lacked was a sparkling and translucent body. If she could reconstruct her flesh and blood, then it would be flawless. Uncle Ming was right. As long as her soul was complete, there was nothing to fear. There were many ways to reconstruct a physical body in this world. It wouldn't be as hopeless as before. In the past, Yao Yao needed the 9 orifices tribulation flower, the heavenly mandate fruit, and many other great medicines. They only appeared in legends. It would take a long time to find one, and it was almost impossible to collect all of them. The Sage Master said, using spiritual objects to reconstruct a body isn't very effective, even if it's a divine object. Otherwise, I would have gone to the primal chaos to help Yao Yao snatch a green lotus and reconstruct her body. But Yao Yao needs the best flesh and blood body. She needs her own real body. That way, she can still look down on the entire starry sky. As long as there's a drop of Yao Yao's blood, she can reconstruct her real body. Uncle Ming sighed. Unfortunately, there was a remnant of blood left, but in the end, it lost its activity and couldn't be used. I'll go look for it. There's a legend in this world about soul and blood coexisting. I'll definitely be able to let Yao Yao reappear in this world. The Sage Master emphasized. There were many ways to bring Yao Yao back to life. For example, she could seize her body or use divine objects to reconstruct her body. But these weren't what they wanted. The most powerful Yao Yao still needed an original body that matched her soul. This nirvanic immortal medicine is indeed not simple. The Sage Master sighed. He confirmed that the immortal medicine Yao Yao's grandfather found in the abyss of Kunlun was the nirvanic immortal medicine. It was said to be able to save even a shattered soul and allow a person to reappear. Today, it had manifested itself and allowed Yao Yao's soul to undergo nirvana and return in its entirety. Unfortunately, it only targeted the soul and not the physical body. Chu Feng opened his mouth and comforted him. Yes, there's no rush. Since the myriad star physique, let me refine a great medicine. There must be a 9 orifices tribulation physique in this world. I'll think of a way from him. In addition, there's an immortal destiny physique now. I suspect he was created by eating a destiny fruit. I'll pay attention to him. At this moment, the immortal destiny physique in the distance sneezed. He felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively had a bad premonition. That's right. The earth has recovered and the deity race has fallen. No matter how you look at it, it's not simple. Perhaps those immortal medicines will appear and we can gather them all. Uncle Ming nodded. Yao Yao was quite indifferent. So many years had passed, and she wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, she could cultivate rapidly now that her soul was complete. To her, time was no longer wasted. It was truly valuable. Back then, my physical body was torn into pieces and fell into a cosmic abyss. There might be hope if I can find it, Yao Yao said softly. However, Uncle Ming and the Sage Master had looked for it for many years, but there was no trace of it. Back then, Yao Yao's father had refined a powerful secret treasure for her that could regenerate her flesh. She suspected that even if her body was in tatters, she could still reconstruct it. Unfortunately, her soul had been destroyed and only a strand of her had escaped. Back then, she couldn't sense the exact coordinates of her physical body's fall. Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle listened with disappointment and frustration. Back then, such a stunning woman like Yao Yao had faced a hopeless battle. She was the only one left, yet she still charged toward the sky and fought until her body disintegrated. One could imagine that kind of scene. It was too tragic. The Sage Master acted swiftly and decisively. He left for the chaotic universe that very day to help Yao Yao find a way to regenerate her soul and blood. I suspect that the Chaotic War Deity Palace has such a thing. After all, it's a place where deities can be created. I want to charge in, said the Sage Master. 2 days later, news came from the desolate edge of the universe. The previous rumors were true. The broken universe was already in chaos. Even the Embark temple and the deity palace were fighting and charging toward the ruins there. Even the chaotic gods and demons went crazy. Many of them appeared with unrivaled bravery and stirred up a rain of blood. After the news was confirmed and transmitted back to this universe, the remaining heaven illuminators set out, including the old monsters from the Netherworld race. They went completely crazy. Moreover, the saints also moved. They weren't afraid of falling or dying because the news from the flawed ancient universe said that the old Buddha of the Embark temple was only a quasi-saint back then, but he inherited the divine position due to fate. From then on, the Embark temple transcended above. It was truly inspiring. The starry sky was in complete chaos. The powerhouses disappeared and the saints didn't show themselves. It was simply a great migration. They all left this universe and entered the ancient world in the primal chaos. For this reason, Uncle Ming also set out. He brought along a few trustworthy old saints and charged toward the desolate edge of the universe. Yao Yao, don't worry. Uncle will definitely help you find the immortal medicine that can resurrect you and let you appear in one piece. Uncle Ming and the others disappeared. As for Earth's safety, they weren't worried at all. They told Chu Feng to invite the red spider lily and call for that woman in the abyss of Kunlun if any blind person came. If it really didn't work and the two didn't respond, he would release Yao Yao's grandfather and wipe out the enemy's entire race. The 3 powerhouses on Earth were very special. They wouldn't leave, and this was the greatest deterrent. Time passed quickly. After 6 or 7 days, the seats of the universe's powerhouses were practically empty. Almost all the old monsters had run away, and even the golden bodhisattvas of the Buddhist race weren't so aloof anymore. They charged toward another universe. Even though the Tao race paid particular attention to inaction, the elders still set out on their journey. Oh my, are there still saints in the universe? Come out and let us admire you. Some extremely daring people ridiculed on the Origin Beast platform. In reality, no one showed their heads. Not to mention the radical saints, even those old antiques who had been in seclusion for many years and were about to die in meditation had moved. They wanted to make a last stand in their later years. That was because in the chaotic war God's palace, there were other Tao positions that could be inherited apart from the deity position. Once that ancient palace disintegrated, there was no telling who would obtain the light ball that flew out. Moreover, they didn't need to get too close. They just needed to hide in a sufficiently safe area to succeed. The Great Migration and Retreat made people feel that this universe was almost empty. The big black yak was deeply moved. He stood on the heavenly vine of Kunlun and howled toward the universe. The saints are all gone. Isn't it our turn to be kings? This old yak wants to fight for the world's number one. Who dares to fight me? Bang! Then he was kicked down by someone. Chapter 753. Who is it? Come out. Who dares to sneak an attack on me? Don't you know who I am? I'm the strongest, innocuous ox, demonic divine physique in history. I'm going to dominate the world. The black yak's face was swollen as he crawled up from the ground. He was kicked off the heavenly vine and smashed onto the peak of Mount Kunlun. He was in a rather sorry state. Young lady, she had arrived. She was young and lively, full of life and beautiful. She looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. She stood at the end of the heavenly vine and called out to Chu Feng. On earth, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. There was still someone who dared to challenge Chu Feng. He alone captured the myriad star physique, innocuous divine physique, and origin magnetic sacred physique, and refined them into great medicines. Now, there was still someone who dared to cause trouble for him. It's a girl. There's definitely a problem here. The old donkey bared his buck teeth and looked at Chu Feng with a dubious expression. That was because the name Wu Luan Hui belonged to Chu Feng. There was no need to ask. This person was definitely related to him. The Manchurian tiger, Zhou Quan, and the others were all smiles and revealed strange expressions. In reality, they could even guess Lady Shi's identity if they thought about it carefully. Although Chu Feng didn't talk about his experience in the starry sky in detail, he roughly mentioned some things. Chu Feng knew who it was just by hearing the voice. He looked at Ouyang Feng and instigated, "Do you dare to go up? I think you can withstand 100 moves from her." Ouyang Feng heard this and immediately wanted to spit on his face. He wanted to give him a heavy downpour and make him look like a drowned rat. "Come out. I, Wu Luan Hui, am number one in the world. Who dares to fight me? Chu Feng, come and have an audience with me." Lady Shi provoked as she stood on the heavenly vine and looked down at earth. "I'll give you the reincarnation blade if you can defeat her." Chu Feng tempted. Really? Ouyang the toad had been eyeing his saber for a long time. His eyes were bright, and a sunny smile bloomed on his face that was full of golden stripes. His mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Chu Feng nodded and looked at him with a smile. With a whoosh, Ouyang Feng disappeared. He charged straight at the heavenly vine and roared, "Hey, this divine king is here. Little bastard, come over here." At this time, the black yak had also rushed up the heavenly vine and was about to make a move. Ouyang Feng said, "Old black, step back. I'm the best at dealing with this kind of little fellow who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet. You watch from the side." After that, he looked at Wu Luan Hui and immediately he revealed a strange expression. This was because the young man in front of him was too similar to Chu Feng after his youth had been restored and his body had undergone a great metamorphosis. This was practically the same person. The black yak was also astonished. A strange expression appeared on his face when he saw who it was. Naturally, the two of them made the connection and roughly guessed the specific situation. After that, Ouyang Feng was very excited. He didn't think of going over to greet his own people. Instead, he rubbed his palms together and muttered to himself, "Little bastard, seeing that you're the same as Chu Feng, this divine king is so excited that I'm about to tremble. I can't beat that freak, but can I take care of you? I'll treat you as him and vent my anger by beating you up." Chu Feng stood at the peak of Mount Kunlun. His face immediately darkened when he heard Toad's words. As for young lady she was grinding her teeth. She had long wanted to make a move after being called a little bastard. "Toad, crawl over here. Wu Luan Hui, you little fellow dare to speak to this divine king like this. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll beat you until you cry for your parents in a while." Boom! The battle between the two was rather intense. Clearly, young lady, she was suppressing her realm. She was now an expert at the quasi-golden body realm, but in order to play the role of Chu Feng, she only displayed the strength of the early Cloud Eater realm. She still didn't know that Chu Feng was already at the mid-Cloud Eater realm. It hurts. You actually set me on fire." Toad cried out strangely. Young lady, she combined the flames and yang qi. It was rather terrifying. To the living beings in this universe, it was simply a calamity. If it was someone else, they would have been roasted halfway and would have long since collapsed. Kill. Ouyang Feng didn't believe in heresy and fought a great battle with her. He used the heavenly toad technique that he created himself and croaked continuously. He spat out a mouthful of innate essence chi with astonishing attack power. The battle between the two was intense, and it definitely wasn't a fake fight. It was like two bolts of lightning intertwining. When the two came into close contact, Toad opened his mouth and spat out saliva violently as he started to use his underhanded moves. Of course, he also treated people differently. Looking at Wu Luan Hui's rosy lips and white teeth, he pondered for a moment and knew that she was someone with mysophobia, so he spat out large mouthfuls of venom. Young lady Shi's beautiful face lost its color. She was quite shocked. Yang Qi soared around her body, and a layer of astonishing light screen appeared. It blocked the saliva in a split second and evaporated the venom. "Disgusting Toad, I'm going to roast you." Young lady, she shouted. After that, she used the phoenix breathing technique with a rumble and activated the Vairocana fist. At this moment, the great sun's fiery light danced, and the fist mark was like a rainbow. Young lady, she actually became fierce and tyrannical. Her beautiful body was like a flood dragon as it soared across the sky. "Oh my, this little bastard is really powerful. I'll hit and I'll kill. This divine king must suppress you." But in the end, he was slapped off the peak of the heavenly vine by young lady Shi. He fell on a mountaintop and foamed at the mouth. His limbs twitched, and he was almost burned to a crisp. Toad was indignant and cursed in his heart. The opponent's last attack displayed energy that surpassed the Cloud Eater realm. "I refuse to accept this," Toad shouted. He felt that this wasn't a fair fight. Chu Feng came over. He took out the reincarnation knife and placed it in his palm. "Even though I lost, I'll still give this to you." He was about to enter the starry sky and wanted to attend the meeting in Damang Pure Land, so he couldn't bring this kind of thing with him. He would give himself away. "Elder sister, that fellow who seems to be Nyo is bullying me. Help me vent my anger." Toad's limbs twitched. At this moment, he just happened to see Yao Yao coming out of seclusion and walking over. He immediately complained. Yao Yao had been cultivating diligently recently and was itching to get back all the time she had lost. Her figure was graceful and her style was peerless. Every frown and smile could be said to be perfect. Her eyes were quick-witted and more profound than before. She was even more spirited and confident. She didn't care about Toad being taken care of. Instead, she stared at them and looked at Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, Manchurian Tiger, and the Mastiff King. She muttered to herself, "I'm only in a soul state now. It's been a long time since I experienced the feeling of having a physical body." Then, the group was scared. They felt that something wasn't right. "Can I borrow someone's body?" Yao Yao smiled. Her bright eyes made the group retreat. In the end, She chose Chu Feng and smiled sweetly. Elder sister, Yao Yao, my body is still very useful. You can't borrow it. Chu Feng fled at the speed of light. But Yao Yao was faster than him. She caught up in a flash, and a ball of spiritual light entered his head with a flash of light. She forced herself to experience it. The next moment, Toad, Yellow Cattle, Old Donkey, and the others felt their blood run cold because Chu Feng was graceful and graceful. She walked leisurely while looking at herself. Her posture was too bewitching. Chu Feng was about to cry. He couldn't control his body and had two consciousnesses. His ball of spiritual light was forcefully suppressed, and he couldn't control his body. Yao Yao said, "Don't be anxious. I just had some enlightenment these few days and created a fist technique. It can only be used with the coordination of a physical body and blood chi. Otherwise, I wouldn't have snatched your body." Then, she developed a mysterious fist imprint on Mount Kunlun with peerless power. Whether it was Chu Feng, Yellow Cattle, or the others, they were all shocked. She had only been in seclusion for a few days, but she had already started to create a fist imprint and develop her own wonderful technique. The number one under the starry skies was really terrifying. It wasn't just words. Moo, on the heavenly vine, the big black yak was roaring. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss. Then with a bang, his whole body emitted black smoke. He fell from midair and smashed into the mountaintop, creating a huge pit. "Chu Feng, come out. Wu Lunhui is here. Do you dare to fight me?" challenged young Lady Shi. At this moment, the people in the outer realms were alarmed. Someone wanted to challenge Chu Feng. This was big news, and everyone paid attention to it. Whoosh! The extremely bewitching Chu Feng appeared on the peak of the heavenly vine in a flash. He had a brilliant smile on his face, but his steps weren't masculine enough. He walked forward in a very light and agile manner. "Chu Feng, right? There's nothing much to say. I've specially come to teach you a lesson today. Come over and pay your respects." Wu Lunhui's little face was in a complete mess, but now she deliberately put on an arrogant appearance. Chu Feng complained bitterly in his heart. He really wanted to say, "Young Lady Shi, don't be too arrogant and tyrannical. The one you're provoking isn't me, but another elder's sister. Yes, why aren't you coming over to pay your respects? Are you waiting for me to personally teach you a lesson?" Young Lady Shi was bossy. After that, a bewitching smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. As his body swayed, his footsteps were soundless as he walked over in a rather graceful manner. "No, it's full of demonic and ghastly aura. Evildoer Chu Feng, hand over your life," shouted young Lady Shi. Her intuition was very sensitive. She felt that something was wrong. The current Chu Feng was even denser than before, so much so that it was somewhat frightening. She decisively made her move. Boom! A great battle broke out. However, Chu Feng's performance was too stunning. He moved his body nimbly, and every time he did, it was wonderful to the extreme. His combat skills were full of artistry, and his combat talents were too terrifying. He didn't waste any extra strength. All kinds of methods were the most suitable. He was like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace, and his skills were close to protecting the path. After that, young Lady Shi was shocked. She had also fought with Chu Feng in the past, but now she found that his style had completely changed. She felt that he wasn't the same person. "Chu Feng, you're bewitching and obviously abnormal. Are you still a man?" she scolded softly. Of course, she didn't dare to scold him loudly. She was afraid that someone from the outer realms would spy on them and reveal the secret. In reality, the one who attacked now was Yao Yao. She used a method to make the heavenly vines pervade with primal chaos mist so that the outside world couldn't spy on them. After that, Chu Feng's corporeal body moved swiftly and decisively. He made a graceful turn and attacked with full of spirituality. With a bang, he kicked young Lady Shi's buttocks lightly. Aya! Young Lady Shi was hit. She didn't feel any pain because the other party clearly didn't use any strength. However, this was close to flirting. It made her unhappy, and a black line appeared on her fair face. Surnamed Chu, You dare to profane me? Young lady, she was angry. Swoosh. When she turned around again, her speed increased by a large margin. She used the Yang Realm's secret technique. It wasn't limited to the Virokana fist, but also other wonderful techniques. With a rumble, Yang Qi surged and attacked the primal chaos mist that had just pervaded the air. Its power was terrifying. At this moment, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, the Black Yak, the Old Donkey, and the others came up to watch the battle. However, such a terrifying divine technique and peerlessly exquisite Yang Realm technique couldn't do anything to Chu Feng, who was possessed by Yao Yao. At this moment, he was like a banished immortal, elegant and otherworldly. Her footwork was unfathomable. After a few flashes, she arrived at young Lady Shi's side. She used her finger to lightly flick her fair face and brushed past her. Chu Feng, how dare you? Young lady, she was humiliated and angry. She was being flirted with in public. When did Chu Feng become so terrifying and powerful? One had to know that she used energy that surpassed the Cloud Eater level. However, the real Chu Feng wanted to cry. He really wasn't flirting with her, but Yao Yao was making a move, especially since he didn't have control of his body. He didn't feel anything when he kicked her, but her flicked her pretty face. He wanted to say that it was fine if he did it, but the key point was that he didn't. Elder sister Yao Yao, stop fooling around. You can test your wonderful technique here, but I'll be the scapegoat in the future. This black pot is too big, and I can't carry it. Chu Feng's spiritual light ball flickered in his body. He strongly requested that this couldn't continue. Chu Feng, I'll fight it out with you. At this moment, young lady, she bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Her Yang Realm Divine technique completely erupted, and she used energy at the quasi-golden Arhut level to fight a decisive battle with him. At this moment, Yao Yao was very interested. She was researching the Yang Realm Divine technique and couldn't return control of her body to Chu Feng. She kicked young Lady Shi's butt again and forced her to display all her wonderful techniques for her to ponder. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.